Chapter 2373. What a terrifying strength! So this is the strength of a tribulation bodiless celestial? He's too powerful. He's too powerful. Although we can't see their movements, we can see how intense their battle is based on a shattering of space every time they exchange blows. After the group of people from the Zoroastrianism sect retreated to a safe distance, they were shocked when they saw the cracks in the air. The cracks in the void were like little black snakes coiling around, wriggling their bodies. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the shock waves from the battle between Li Bing and Chen Yiru slammed into the nearby floating islands, causing the mansions on the nearby floating islands to be reduced to rubble. Sand and rocks flew up into the air. What's going on? It seems like they're fighting in the sky. Isn't that where Lord Sect Leader and Lord Protector cultivate? The commotion caused by the fight between Li Bing and Chen Yiru was not small. It did not take long before it alerted the elders and disciples of the Fire Worship Sect on the Saint Island in the Fire Worship Sect. They immediately rose into the air and rushed over. However, when they arrived in the sky, they were hit by the shock waves, so they could not get close to the battle. They could only vaguely hear the thunderous explosions. Soon after, they learned about the situation from the elders of the Zoroastrianism sect who were present. The elders and disciples of the Zoroastrianism sect who had just arrived were in an uproar again. The Zoroastrianism sect has a bodiless celestial. Is it Li Bing, the guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect from 4,000 years ago? He's a tribulation bodiless celestial now. The elders and disciples of the Zoroastrianism sect were shocked. This was because they did not know the Fire Worship sect had a bodiless celestial. Moreover, it was a tribulation bodiless celestial. 4,000 years ago, Senior Chen Yiru was as famous as the old ancestor. His strength was even stronger than the old ancestor. I wonder who's stronger among the two tribulation bodiless celestials after more than 4,000 years. Many people were curious about this. Based on the current situation, it seems like both of them are evenly matched. Let's wait and see. I think we'll be able to determine the winner. We can only wait. Although the people of the Zoroastrianism sect could not see Li Bing and Chen Yiru's movements clearly, they were eager to see the outcome of the battle. Among the people present on the scene, Duan Lingtian was the only one who could see Li Bing and Chen Yiru's movements clearly. That Li Bing isn't weak either. Right now, 100 moves have passed, and no one has gained the upper hand. Since Duan Lingtian could clearly see the duo's actions, it did not take him long to figure it out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon after, Chen Yiru cast 2 of his 3 strongest saber techniques, the Peerless Saber and the Apocalyptic Saber. As for the Saber of Purification, he did not use it. Although it was powerful, it was not as powerful as the Apocalyptic Saber. Moreover, it would injure the people of the Zoroastrianism sect who were present on the scene. Since his master's wife's sister was the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, he did not dare to kill the people of the Zoroastrianism sect. He actually managed to block it. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Li Bing was evenly matched with Chen Yiru after blocking 2 of Chen Yiru's attacks. After all, Chen Yiru was considered one of the stronger tribulation bodiless celestials. This Li Bing has some tricks up his sleeve, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chen Yiru, even if we use all our techniques, we're still evenly matched. It's meaningless to continue fighting, Li Bing said threateningly. Although I don't know why you're helping Ganru, Yan, and Qinghua, I still have to warn you. You better leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll use my communication jade token to summon Wang Chong. With the 2 of us joining forces, you'll definitely die. Wang Chong. As soon as Li Bing finished speaking, an uproar broke out among the people of the Zoroastrianism. Wang Chong, isn't he the guardian of the Zoroastrianism from 4,000 years ago? Ancestor Wang Chong. He's still alive after failing the heavenly tribulation? If he's still alive, he must be a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial as well. Naturally, the people of the Zoroastrianism sect were aware of Wang Chong's existence as well. Wang Chong, he's also a bodiless celestial? Upon hearing Li Bing's words, Chen Yiru couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was apparent that he didn't expect this. He did not expect Wang Chong to have become a bodiless celestial as well. Wang Chong was from the same era as him and Li Bing. Although Wang Chong was not as strong as Li Bing, he was not too far off. More importantly, Wang Chong was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial as well. If Wang Chong joined forces with Li Bing, he would not be a match for Wang Chong. Humph, are you afraid now? If you're afraid, get out of my Zoroastrianism. Li Bing sneered when he heard Chen Yiru's exclamation. He thought Chen Yiru was afraid. This time, Chen Yiru fell silent. At this moment, elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and saint origin surged out of his body at an astonishing speed through his 99 saint veins. He used the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to form a whirlpool that merged with his body. A terrifying devouring force surged out of the whirlpool as though it could devour the heavens and earth. In just a blink of an eye, all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the holy land of Zoroastrianism and Zoroastrianism were devoured by Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian continued to devour the saint stone reserve in the Zoroastrianism's base. In just a blink of an eye, the elementary devouring tactic he had cast had reached its limit. As expected of the saint stone reserve of Zoroastrianism, even after devouring so much of it, it's still not affected at all. It's as though the heaven and earth spirit energy I've devoured is just a drop in the ocean to them. Duan Lingtian used his divine consciousness to investigate the situation of the saint stone reserve in the Zoroastrianism's base. From the moment Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to the moment he used the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, only a breath had passed. Sandao, stand down! Before anyone noticed the change in the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air, Duan Lingtian ordered Chen Yiru to stand down. Yes, master. Chen Yiru replied immediately. In the next moment, bang. After exchanging a few blows with Li Bing, Chen Yiru retreated to Duan Lingtian's side and stood respectfully behind Duan Lingtian. Master! At the same time, Li Bing appeared after Chen Yiru retreated. He looked at Duan Lingtian, who was being escorted by Chen Yiru, in disbelief. Chen Yiru addressed this young man as master. Li Bing, who was filled with anxiety, immediately extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Duan Lingtian. He was anxious because he instinctively felt that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak at all. Since Chen Yiru had acknowledged someone as his master, he was most likely stronger than Chen Yiru. However, when he probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, he could not help but sneer at Chen Yiru. Chen Yiru, you're getting worse as you age. You're 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, but you actually acknowledged an eminent celestial as your master. You're a disgrace to us bodiless celestials. After using his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian's soul, and confirming that Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial, Li Bing no longer looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm curious as well. Why would a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial acknowledge an eminent celestial as his master? At the same time, many elders and disciples from the fire worship sect asked the same question. Perhaps it's because he's the successor of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. That seems to be the only explanation. Many Zoroastrianism elders and disciples chimed in as well. Although their voices were not loud, Li Bing heard them clearly. Li Bing's eyes lit up when he heard this. His eyes seemed to have transformed into the brightest stars in the night sky. the successor of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, the sect leader of the seven absolute sect. Li Bing shifted his gaze from Chen Yiru to Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. He asked anxiously, "You're Duan Lingtian. You know me?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Ha 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 ha! Li Bing could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. As the saying goes, one can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance." Ha ha ha! Li Bing's laughter lasted for a long time. And the reason for this was naturally because he was too excited. Apart from killing Gan Ruyen, the new sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian was also here to look for Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the seven absolute sect, and kill him. Not only would he be able to avenge Tang Xian, the former sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, but he would also be able to show off in front of the bodiless celestials from the Heaven Divination sect and the Zhuangzi Buddhism in the Dragons. It was killing two birds with one stone. However, although he had such thoughts, he did not intend to waste too much time looking for Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's priority was to complete the task given to him by Di Qin in the Dragons. However, now Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, seemed to have taken the initiative to come knocking on his door. Chapter 2374. Idiot. Duan Lingtian indifferently spat out two words while Li Bing was laughing excitedly and did not stop for a long time. Although his voice was not loud, it was not drowned out by Li Bing's loud laughter. It was clearly heard by everyone present. Idiot. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Li Bing's laughter stopped abruptly. It was as though someone had grabbed Li Bing's neck to stop him from laughing. At this moment, all the disciples of Zoroastrianism turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian called our ancestor an idiot? Did I hear wrongly? One of the disciples of Zoroastrianism asked in shock. He thought he had heard wrongly. You didn't hear wrongly. He really did call our ancestor an idiot. The other fire worship sect's disciple gulped as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He could not figure out what was going on. How could Duan Lingtian be so bold as to call the old ancestor of the fire worship sect an idiot? The old ancestor of the fire worship sect was a tribulation bodiless celestial. Although their ancestor was evenly matched with Duan Lingtian's tribulation bodiless celestial, they did not know what to do. However, they did not hear Duan Lingtian's words. Did Zoroastrianism have another ancestor who was a tribulation bodiless celestial who could come over at any time? If their ancestor came over, the two ancestors of Zoroastrianism would join forces, and the tribulation bodiless celestial next to Duan Lingtian would not be a match for them at all. At this moment, almost all of the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism shared the same thought. For this reason, they could not help but shake their heads when they looked at Duan Lingtian. He's crazy. Duan Lingtian is crazy. In the Tao Martial Saintland, eminent celestials are not to be humiliated. Bodiless celestials who are stronger than eminent celestials are even more so. Duan Lingtian is seeking death. I really don't know where he got the courage to call the old ancestor an idiot. Once the old ancestor summons the other old ancestor of the fire worship sect back, that tribulation bodiless celestial servant of his will be useless. Most of the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism thought Duan Lingtian was crazy. How dare you call me an idiot? While the group of fire worship sect's elders and disciples were discussing among themselves, Li Bing looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. It was as though he wanted to freeze Duan Lingtian into an ice sculpture. At the same time, the power in Li Bing's body skyrocketed. It was as if he had transformed into a ball of flame that soared into the sky, causing the void to tremble. Chi! 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 Cracks in the void appeared one after another, twisting around Li Bing's body like tiny snakes slithering around his body. It was a visually stunning sight. "I'll give you a chance." Duan Lingtian ignored Li Bing's question. Instead, he looked at Li Bing indifferently and said, "Swear to the lightning oath. Swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll never return to Zoroastrianism or ask about Zoroastrianism again. Then disappear from my sight as fast as you can and get out of Zoroastrianism." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. Even Li Bing was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. He wondered if he was hallucinating. The current sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, a mere eminent celestial, actually wanted him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. At this moment, Li Bing was not the only one who thought he was hallucinating. Even the other Zoroastrianism elders and disciples present on the scene thought they were hallucinating as well. Did I hear wrongly? This Duan Lingtian wants the old ancestor to swear on the lightning penalty oath and get out of Zoroastrianism? You didn't hear wrongly. I heard it too. I thought I heard wrongly. Heavens! Can someone tell me, where does this Duan Lingtian get the confidence to say such words? When the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples regained their senses, they were in an uproar. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a monster. At this moment, the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the four guardians of Zoroastrianism were dumbfounded. They did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from. Guardian Lingtian, didn't he hear the old ancestor say there's another for tribulation bodiless celestial in the Zoroastrianism who can return at any time? He's only an eminent celestial. Although he has a tribulation bodiless celestial as a servant, it's still not enough for him to contend with 2 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Zoroastrianism, right? Where did he get his confidence from? Unlike the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples who thought Duan Lingtian was crazy, the 4 Zoroastrianism guardians were curious. Where did Duan Lingtian get the confidence to do this? They had known Duan Lingtian for a long time. They clearly remembered all the things Duan Lingtian had done since he joined the Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian had never been at a disadvantage during his time in the Zoroastrianism bodiless celestial sect. Every time he did something shocking, the people around him did not think highly of him. However, he always managed to shock them. For this reason, they thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant. It was unlikely that Duan Lingtian was arrogant and dared to act so recklessly in front of the old ancestor of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian most likely had his own confidence as well. However, they could not help but wonder where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. Is it possible that Guardian Lingtian has more than 1 tribulation bodiless celestial as a servant? Does he have more than 1 tribulation bodiless celestial as well? Could it be that Lingtian, the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, has a trump card that allows him to be unafraid of a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? The 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism had many thoughts in their minds, but they were not certain if they were right. Zifeng suddenly looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had discovered something new. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Qinghua, who was standing next to him. "Guardian Qinghua, that girl Ru Yan. She doesn't seem to be surprised by what Guardian Lingtian said to the old ancestor. Based on her calm expression, it seems like she trusts Lingtian a lot. She thinks Lingtian has the confidence to do this." Protector Zifeng's voice was filled with disbelief as he spoke. "Why don't you ask her? Where does Lingtian get his confidence from?" Zifeng continued to send a voice transmission to Qinghua. Upon hearing Zifeng's words, Qinghua instinctively turned to look at his direct disciple, Gan Ruyen, who was also the current sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. As expected, Ruyan's expression was calm. Gan Ruyan's expression remained calm. It was as though she was not worried about Duan Ling Tian's words at all. Ru Yan, Guardian Ling Tian, where do you get the confidence to say that? Qing Hua asked through voice transmission. Confidence. Gan Ru Yan was stunned when she heard Qing Hua's voice transmission. However, when she regained her senses, she also realized what her master was asking. She immediately replied through voice transmission, Master, I'm not sure what to do. Master, even if the other 4 tribulation bodiless, celestial mentioned by the old ancestor of the Zoroastrianism, they wouldn't be a match for him even if they joined forces. His confidence comes from his strength. Otherwise, why do you think Qin Yiru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, would acknowledge him as his master? It's because Qin Yiru is weaker than him. Gan Ru Yan did not conceal anything from her master and told him the truth. What? Qing Hua was shocked when he heard Gan Ru Yan's voice transmission. Even if the 2 4 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Zoroastrianism joined forces, they would still be no match for Duan Lingtian. Qin Yiru had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his master because he was weaker than Duan Lingtian. Isn't he just an eminent celestial? Qing Hua asked through voice transmission. In the Tao martial saint land, if one isn't a bodiless celestial, the limit of one's cultivation base is the eminent celestial. However, it's impossible for him to be a bodiless celestial. How can he be stronger than 2 4 tribulation bodiless celestials? Master, it's true that he's an eminent celestial, but he's different from ordinary eminent celestials in the Tao martial saint land. Gan Ru Yan replied through voice transmission. In any case, there's no need to worry about him. 2 4 tribulation bodiless celestials are no match for him. If it was another person who told Qing Hua this, Qing Hua would never believe such a ridiculous thing even if he was beaten to death. Yet now, those words were spoken by his personal disciple. Moreover, he was certain that this personal disciple of his would not lie to him. Gasp! After inhaling sharply, Qing Hua sent a voice transmission to Zifeng and relayed Gan Ru Yan's words to him. What? Ru Yan said even if 2 4 tribulation bodiless celestials join forces, they won't be a match for Ling Tian. How's that possible? After hearing Qing Hua's voice transmission, Protector Zifeng turned pale with fright. After a short while, Protector Zifeng sent a voice transmission to Protector Hongyun and Protector Lenging. The 2 of them were similarly stunned and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Give me a chance. I'll swear on the lightning penalty, oath that I'll never return to Zoroastrianism, and I'll never ask about Zoroastrianism again. Duan Ling Tian's words stunned Li Bing for a moment. When he regained his senses, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and completely let it out. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. A furious roar reverberated in the air. Li Bing's energy exploded as he prepared to attack Duan Lingtian, old ancestor. Chapter 2375. Upon hearing Zifeng's words, Li Bing, who was about to attack Duan Lingtian, suddenly froze. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Zifeng. When he arrived earlier, he knew this person was the leader of the 4 great guardians of the Zoroastrianism. He was once a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he was the leader of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism 4,000 years ago. For this reason, he thought highly of Zifeng, the current leader of the guardians of the Zoroastrianism. If someone else had called out to him at this moment, he would not have bothered at all. Old ancestor, I heard from Guardian Qing Hua that his direct disciple, Gan Ru Yan, personally told him that even if you join forces with the other 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, you're still no match for Duan Lingtian. Zifeng quickly reminded Li Bing through voice transmission when he saw Zifeng looking at him. You mean even if I join forces with Wang Chong, who's also a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, we're still no match for Duan Lingtian? Li Bing originally thought that Zifeng had something important to tell him, but he didn't expect to hear such a message. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. He looked at Zifeng and said coldly. Unlike Zifeng's voice transmission, Li Bing said it out loud. For this reason, his words caused a commotion among the crowd. Based on what the old ancestor said, Guardian Zifeng said that even if he joins forces with the other 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, there's still no match for Duan Lingtian. That should be the case. Otherwise, why would the old ancestor say such a thing? Guardian Zifeng, have you lost your mind? The group of fire worship sect's elders and disciples stared at Zifeng with their mouths agape. They could not figure out what was going on. Why would the Lord Guardian of Zoroastrianism say such absurd words to a for-tribulation bodiless immortal patriarch of Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial, even if he has a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial as a servant. He won't be able to stop 2 4-tribulation bodiless celestials from Zoroastrianism. That's right. Even if an eminent celestial and a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial join forces, they won't be stronger than 2 4-tribulation bodiless celestials. For Protector Zifeng to remind the ancestor like this, could it be that he's intentionally protecting Duan Lingtian? Many Zoroastrianism elders and disciples believed that Zifeng was deceiving Li Bing. Based on their words, they also believed that Zifeng was intentionally protecting Duan Lingtian. All of you, Zifeng did not expect Li Bing would repeat what he had said through voice transmission. He did not expect so many Zoroastrianism elders and disciples would suspect that he was intentionally protecting Duan Lingtian. Shut up! Li Bing shouted coldly and interrupted Zifeng. Even if you want to protect Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to escape death today. I'll deal with you after I kill him. Based on Li Bing's words, not only did he not believe Li Bing's words, but he even said he would look for Zifeng after he killed Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, the other 3 Zoroastrianism guardians could not help but smile wryly. Although they were mentally prepared for this outcome, they could not help but smile wryly when they saw it with their own eyes. If they were in Li Bing's shoes, they would not believe Zifeng's words as well. The reason they believed Zifeng was because they had been friends for many years. Moreover, they understood the character of the new sect leader of Zoroastrianism, Ganru Yen, very well. Li Bing. Duan Lingtian was amused when he saw Zifeng's kindness being taken for granted. He looked at Li Bing coldly and said, Based on your words, you don't intend to follow my instructions and swear on the lightning penalty oath. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me, Li Bing, swearing on the lightning penalty oath? Li Bing looked at Duan Lingtian again with a mocking expression on his face. The energy in his body that had been reduced increased again. A majestic and vast aura swept out from Li Bing's body. I've given you a chance. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Li Bing's words. He said indifferently, Since you don't cherish this chance, you'll stay here for the rest of your life. Duan Lingtian's words implied that he wanted to kill Li Bing. Now that Li Bing was dead, he would naturally stay here forever. Shameless boasting. Li Bing, who was further enraged by Duan Lingtian, shouted again. His body moved as though he had transformed into a cannonball as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. You'll know soon enough if I'm boasting or not. Duan Lingtian smirked as he stomped on the air and charged forward as well. He was not afraid at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes except for Chun Yiru. He's so fast. Duan Lingtian's speed shocked the 4 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. Zifeng, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was especially shocked. Even if it's an eminent celestial, it's impossible for him to completely disappear before my eyes when he shows his speed, right? At this moment, Zifeng was 100% certain Duan Lingtian was lying. He was certain Ganru Yen was not lying. However, even if he was 100% certain Ganru Yen was not lying, what could he do? The old ancestor of Zoroastrianism did not believe him at all. As soon as Li Bing flew out, he saw Duan Lingtian charging at him fearlessly. Initially, he had a disdainful expression on his face. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed was not inferior to his expression changed drastically. How's this possible? The disdainful expression on Li Bing's face disappeared and was replaced with shock. This isn't a speed that an eminent celestial should be capable of. His speed is not inferior to mine. At this moment, Li Bing was also extremely flustered because he had never dreamt that he would be able to escape. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's speed to be so fast. His soul is clearly that of an eminent celestial. I can't sense any aura of a bodiless celestial from him. He's indeed an eminent celestial. However, how could an eminent celestial possess such an exaggerated speed? Li Bing was completely dumbfounded. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air. Li Bing slammed his hands down in the air when he was about to charge at Duan Lingtian. Bang! Immediately, a boundless power struck the void, shaking the 9 heavens, leaving behind a series of hideous cracks in the void. As soon as the cracks appeared, Li Bing took advantage of the force and shot up into the sky, dodging Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him. Sword, come! Duan Lingtian said indifferently as Li Bing soared into the sky. He raised his hand, and his celestial origin energy that was mixed with Saint Origin energy formed a sword ray in his hand. The sword light continued to converge, and in the end it actually seemed to have transformed into a 3-foot-long sword. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian and Li Bing's figures passed each other in 2 different directions, Duan Lingtian and Li Bing's figures passed each other. Sword-wielding technique. Duan Lingtian shouted in a low voice. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand that was completely condensed from his own energy whistled out like a bolt of lightning. It was like a meteor that streaked across the night sky. Swoosh! A short-lived sword cry rang in the air as a sword ray flashed in front of Li Bing's eyes. How fast! As soon as Li Bing thought to himself, he felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder. Then he saw his right arm had been severed at the shoulder. The cut was clean. From the beginning until the end, he did not see it clearly. When exactly did that sword ray sweep past his right shoulder and cut off his right arm from shoulder to shoulder? Swoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian stomped his feet and reappeared in front of everyone. More cracks appeared in the void and did not close for a long time. The spatial cracks were lined up in a row, as if they were a group of soldiers that were being inspected. These cracks were formed when Duan Lingtian tore the void apart with his sword. How's this possible? How did Duan Lingtian sever the old ancestor's shoulder? At the same time, Li Bing appeared in front of the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism. They instantly discovered Li Bing's right arm had been severed at the shoulder. Swoosh! However, just as they discovered that Li Bing's right arm had been chopped off from the shoulder, a condensed energy whizzed out from the gap in Li Bing's right arm, and it continued to flow in reverse under everyone's watchful eyes. It transformed into a new arm. It was similar to the arm that had been severed earlier. The body of a bodiless celestial was different from that of a human. It was similar to an energy body. As long as a bodiless celestial was not killed with a single blow, he would be able to use a certain amount of energy to heal his body. 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. You're able to cast an attack comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. When Li Bing looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if he had seen a ghost. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He could not figure it out. How could a mere eminent celestial cast an attack comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Humph! Before Duan Lingtian could reply to Li Bing, Chen Yi-ru scoffed coldly. Li Bing, I'm afraid you're unaware that my master is the successor of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He has inherited Senior Feng Qingyang's legacy. Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing Chen Yi-ru's words, Li Bing's expression changed drastically. How could I have forgotten about him? He was familiar with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. Back then, Feng Qingyang managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial. Chapter 2376. When Li Bing looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no longer any trace of arrogance in his eyes. Even the disdain that was originally there was completely gone at this moment. Duan Lingtian was the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, and the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. He was the successor of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang and had received Feng Qingyang's true teachings. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was not as strong as Feng Qingyang, who was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. However, Duan Lingtian's attack was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack. It left long and narrow cracks in the void. Although the cracks were closing at a speed visible to the naked eye, it would take at least 15 minutes for the cracks to close completely. An eminent celestial's attack is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Li Bing's pupils constricted, and his heart began to tremble continuously, as if it would never stop. You're quite lucky. That attack didn't kill you, Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at Li Bing indifferently. Duan Lingtian's expression was indifferent from the beginning until the end, and the gaze he used to look at Li Bing was incomparably tranquil as well. It was as though he was a god looking down on the world. But this time you won't be so lucky. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had casually thrown his sword in the direction of Li Bing. He did not use his divine consciousness to lock onto Li Bing. Otherwise, Li Bing would have died from the attack. Swoosh! As though in response to Duan Lingtian's words, the 3-foot-long blade that had cut off Li Bing's arm made a turn in the air and returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. After all, Duan Lingtian had used his celestial origin energy and saint origin to form the 3-foot-long blade. After using it earlier, a portion of it had been depleted. Due to this, its luster had dimmed significantly. However, when Duan Lingtian channeled his saint origin energy into it, it regained its original appearance. Duan Lingtian, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. When Li Bing saw Duan Lingtian standing with a sword and staring at him coldly, horror dawned on his face when he realized the danger he was in. Gasp! 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 When Li Bing's voice, which was filled with fear, entered the ears of the people present, one by one, they recovered from their shock. After regaining their senses, they could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, fear could be seen in their eyes. Duan Lingtian had cut off Li Bing's arm in just one blow. Moreover, based on Li Bing's words, it was impossible for him to kill Li Bing. The power of Duan Lingtian's attack was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack. This is a joke, right? Duan Lingtian's attack is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack when he's just an eminent celestial? This isn't realistic at all. Shouldn't an eminent celestial's strength be comparable to a 2nd tribulation bodiless celestial? Even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is much stronger than an eminent celestial. That's right. It's unbelievable. The people from the fire worship sect were shocked. They could not understand what was going on. How could Duan Lingtian's attack be comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial when he's just an eminent celestial? Although the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism knew Duan Lingtian was much stronger than Li Bing through Gan Ruyan's reminder, they were still shocked. However, there was a difference between hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes. He's only an eminent celestial, but his attack is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Just like the other people from Zoroastrianism, they were puzzled by this as well. Elder Brother Duan in the distance, when Feng Tianwu, who stood next to Kua, looked at Duan Lingtian again, her eyes could not help but reveal waves of shock and disbelief. He hasn't even entered the Sword Saint secret zone, left behind by ancestor Feng Qingyang, but he's already able to cast such a powerful attack as an eminent celestial? As the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, Feng Tianwu naturally knew about this. Feng Qingyang, the successor of the fog rain progeny, the 1st absolute of the 7 absolute sect, had killed the dragons, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. She would not be surprised if her elder brother Duan had become as strong as Feng Qingyang after entering the Sword Saint secret zone. However, the problem was, her elder brother Duan had not entered the Sword Saint secret zone yet. Could it be that elder brother Duan has already entered the Sword Saint secret zone? No. One of the keys to enter the Sword Saint secret zone is still in the hands of Senior Uncle Seer. Moreover, Senior Uncle Seer said that when Big Brother Duan enters the Sword Saint secret zone, the other successors of the 6 absolutes can enter as well. We can use our own abilities to search for our own fortuitous encounters. If Elder Brother Duan wants to enter the Sword Saint secret zone, Senior Uncle Prophet will definitely know about it and inform us to return. When Feng Tianwu thought about this, she concluded that Elder Brother Duan had not entered the Sword Saint secret zone. She was certain that her elder brother Duan had not entered the Sword Saint secret zone yet. Senior Uncle Prophet said that before entering the Sword Saint secret zone, even if elder brother Duan has become an eminent celestial and has comprehended the supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, to the highest level, elder brother Duan's strength is only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. However, currently, elder brother Duan's strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. This means Senior Uncle Prophet's judgment is wrong. Could it be that Big Brother Duan had another fortuitous encounter that caused his strength to be even stronger than what Senior Uncle Heavenly Secret had predicted? Feng Tianwu could not help but think to herself. It was also because Duan Lingtian didn't know what Feng Tianwu was thinking at this moment. Otherwise, he would surely be extremely shocked. As it turned out, the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, was only a basic inheritance that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left for him. In the Sword Saint secret zone, there was another inheritance that Feng Qingyang had left for him. Moreover, once he entered the Sword Saint secret zone, he might possess the strength to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was only an eminent celestial, just like Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. I can't kill you. Upon hearing Li Bing's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh inwardly. However, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Why can't I kill you? Just because you're the ancestor of Zoroastrianism? Don't forget that I'm not a member of Zoroastrianism. Your status as the ancestor of Zoroastrianism is useless in front of me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the mocking smile on his face deepened. I'm a member of the dragons. You can't afford to offend the dragons behind me. When Li Bing mentioned the dragons, it was as though he had found a life-saving straw. Dragons. Upon hearing Li Bing's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. I didn't expect the ancestor of Zoroastrianism would say he's a member of the dragons at this critical moment. Does this mean you've betrayed Zoroastrianism and joined the dragons? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, all the Zoroastrianism members present on the scene shifted their attention to Li Bing in unison. Their gazes were filled with confusion and disbelief. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would say something like this. They did not expect their ancestor of Zoroastrianism would say he was a member of the dragons at this critical moment. Was he not the ancestor of Zoroastrianism? How did he become a member of the dragons? Duan Lingtian. Sensing the gazes of the Zoroastrianism members, Li Bing's expression darkened. As the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, you should know why I said that. Why are you playing dumb? Playing dumb? Duan Lingtian laughed. I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean. Why don't you explain to them why you said you were a member of the dragons? Why did you say you had the protection of the dragons? You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Bing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If he could say it, would he not? Once he said it, it would mean that the secret of Zoroastrianism being supported by the dragons would be exposed. The dragons had their own rules. If the bodiless celestials from the three great sects exposed this secret, they would be tortured for 81 days before they were killed. For this reason, even if he was given the courage of 100 men, he would not dare to explain it to the Zoroastrianism members. Since you have nothing to say, I'll send you to hell. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold when he saw Li Bing was unable to utter another word. He immediately extended his divine consciousness and locked onto Li Bing. No. As soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness locked onto Li Bing discovered it. His expression changed drastically and his eyes widened in anger. He knew what this meant. Swoosh! The short-lived sound of a sword whistling through the air appeared again, and a sword ray flashed before Li Bing's eyes. In the next moment, Li Bing lost consciousness. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have time to react, let alone fight back. The old ancestor is dead! This, all the members of Zoroastrianism, including the 4 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, were shocked. Elder brother Duan killed a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial so easily. Even an ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestial is no match for him, right? Feng Tianwu's heart was filled with shock. Duan Lingtian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect, and the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, had killed Li Bing, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who was a guardian of the 7 Absolute Sect 4,000 years ago. Chapter 2377. A bodiless celestial from Zoroastrianism has been born. The bodiless celestial from Zoroastrianism was a guardian of Zoroastrianism 4,000 years ago. His name is Li Bing. He was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking back then. 4,000 years ago, he failed the celestial tribulation and became a bodiless celestial. Even after 4,000 years, he didn't die from the bodiless celestial tribulation. In other words, he's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is stronger than an eminent celestial. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial is even stronger than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Initially, the entire western region and the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land were shocked by the appearance of a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from Zoroastrianism. However, following that, another piece of news spread, which made them even more shocked. Duan Lingtian, the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, killed Li Bing, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, in the Zoroastrianism's estate. The upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land fell silent when the news spread. This was only the calm before the storm. After a moment of silence, the entire upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land was in an uproar. Isn't Duan Lingtian an eminent celestial? An eminent celestial is weaker than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he kill a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? News of bodiless celestials has spread throughout the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. How could an eminent celestial kill a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? You must be joking. When more than 90% of the people in the upper province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land expressed their doubts, another piece of news spread out, causing these people to cry out in shock. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. He didn't know where this news came from. As soon as it spread, it caused a huge commotion in the upper province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land. He's only an eminent celestial, but he managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is the Sword Saint so terrifying? If this is true, then it's not surprising that Duan Lingtian managed to kill a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial as an eminent celestial. After all, the Sword Saint from back then was also the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Furthermore, I've heard that Duan Lingtian is the successor of that Sword Saint. After learning about how Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial, nobody doubted Duan Lingtian's strength anymore. However, the shock in their hearts did not lessen at all. Duan Lingtian, the current sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, is capable of killing a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? Is there anyone in the 3 great sects who's a match for him? That's right. If there's no one in the 3 great sects who's a match for him, doesn't that mean he can annihilate the 3 great sects on his own? The current sect leader of the Zoroastrianism is his wife's sister. I don't think he'll annihilate the Zoroastrianism. However, what about the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect? Is there anyone in those 2 great sects who's a match for Duan Lingtian? While similar discussions were going on in the upper province of the Tao Marshal Saint Land, the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect were in an uproar as well. In the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, Duan Lingtian is capable of killing a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It has only been a few years, but he's already so strong. Lang Qianjin still remembered. Previously, when he and the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect went to the Zoroastrianism sect to look for Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian had to rely on Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect. At that time, although Duan Lingtian had displayed extraordinary strength, he was only slightly stronger than Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Marshal Saint Land. After a few years, not only did Duan Lingtian kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, but he had also killed Li Bing, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Zoroastrianism sect. Even a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Zoroastrianism sect was killed by him. There's no bodiless celestial in the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Lang Qianjin's face turned gloomy when he thought of this. However, I've never heard of a bodiless celestial from the Zoroastrianism sect before. Where did Li Bing come from? Lang Qianjin was also puzzled by this. Currently, Lang Qianjin was not the only one in the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect who had a gloomy expression on his face. Even the others were in a panic when they learned that Duan Lingtian had killed a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Some of them were even considering leaving the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect to seek refuge. After all, if Duan Lingtian came, they would not be able to defend themselves at all. When the nest is overturned, no egg will remain unharmed. In the Heaven Divination sect, pass down my orders. Summon all those who are searching for the members of the 7 absolute sect. From now on, don't provoke the 7 absolute sect. Mo Xian, the grand priest of the Heaven Divination sect, ordered. Mo Xian had also heard about the news from the western region. He knew Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, he did not dare to let the members of the Heaven Divination sect provoke the 7 absolute sect. The members of the Heaven Divination sect were not surprised when they received Mo Xian's order. Instead, they felt relieved. Rumor has it that every time a member of the Seven Absolutes sect makes a high-profile appearance, it signifies the arrival of a new era. Previously, the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, appeared in the Seven Absolutes sect. This time, it's the same for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is too powerful. He killed a 4 tribulation-bodiless celestial as an eminent celestial. I wonder how strong he is. Perhaps he's comparable to the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang? The atmosphere in the Heaven Divination sect was tense. Swoosh! After giving the order, Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect, flew out of the Heaven Divination sect's estate. After leaving the Heaven Divination sect's estate, he headed in the direction of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate. Although he had ordered the members of the Heaven Divination sect not to provoke the Seven Absolute sect, who knew if the Seven Absolute sect would attack them under Duan Lingtian's lead. For this reason, he planned to look for Lang Qianjin in the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate to discuss countermeasures against the Seven Absolute sect. In a remote mountain range in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, after so many years, Duan Lingtian has already attained such a powerful cultivation base. Before he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage a few days ago. Initially, he planned to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian. However, after he heard about how Duan Lingtian had killed Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, and Li Bing, a 4 tribulation-bodiless celestial, he immediately dismissed the idea of seeking revenge from Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Even if he had passed the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial, he was still no match for Duan Lingtian, let alone the fact that he had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not only was Duan Lingtian an eminent celestial, but he was also an eminent celestial who could kill a 4 tribulation-bodiless celestial. From now on, I can't go against Duan Lingtian. Hao Shuang made up his mind. At the same time, he completely dismissed the idea of seeking revenge from Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, those who had conflicts with Duan Lingtian had also dismissed the idea of seeking revenge from Duan Lingtian. After all, they knew it was impossible for them to win. They knew they would never be able to match up to Duan Lingtian. Even if they sought revenge from Duan Lingtian, they would still die. Freak! Freak! Junior brother Lingtian's strength is too terrifying, right? He hasn't even entered the Sword Saint secret zone yet. Initially, I thought that as long as his luck isn't too bad, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill a 6 tribulation-bodiless celestial or a 7 tribulation-bodiless celestial, even if he doesn't possess the strength to kill an 8 tribulation-bodiless celestial like Ancestor Feng Qingyang. However, it seems like if he's lucky enough to enter the Sword Saint secret zone, he might be able to match up to Ancestor Feng Qingyang when he comes out. Guli, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, could not help but click his tongue when he heard about Duan Lingtian. Previously, although he did not know the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the 1st absolute of the 7 absolute sect was his junior brother Lingtian. He had heard about the Sword Saint secret zone. He knew the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny would have a heaven-defying increase in strength if he was lucky enough to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Although he might not be able to match up to Ancestor Feng Qingyang from the 7 Absolute sect, he should not be too far off. However, now that he found out his junior brother Lingtian could easily kill 4 tribulation-bodiless celestials before he even entered the Sword Saint secret zone, it was not difficult for him to imagine. When his junior brother Lingtian came out of the Sword Saint secret zone, he would definitely be able to match up to Ancestor Feng Qingyang. Ancestor Feng Qingyang from the 7 Absolute sect was someone who had killed 8 tribulation-bodiless celestials when he was only an eminent celestial. Meanwhile, although the other successors of the 7 Absolute sect were in different places, they were shocked when they heard the news from the Western region. Their thoughts were similar to Gu Li's. They felt Duan Lingtian had a chance of catching up to ancestor Feng Qingyang from the Seven Absolute sect. When the news of Duan Lingtian killing Li Bing, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, spread throughout the Dao martial saint land, more than a month had passed since Duan Lingtian had killed Li Bing. Moreover, this was the fastest time the news had spread. Many powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage had spread the news from the central region of the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. Otherwise, it would have taken more than a month for the news to spread in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. Dragons. Lord Dichin, we've investigated the matter. Chapter 2378. Speak. Within the pavilion, the handsome young man swept an indifferent glance at the person outside the pavilion. When he spoke, he raised his hand and put away the guzheng that was floating in front of him. Yes. The person replied respectfully, Li Bing's return to Zoroastrianism has nothing to do with the task you've given him, Lord Dichin. He wanted to get rid of the new sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The new sect leader of Zoroastrianism advocated not to become enemies with the Seven Absolute sect. Moreover, he even set a sect rule for this. Li Bing was very dissatisfied with this. As for what happened after that, it had nothing to do with the task you've given him, Lord Dichin. He fought with the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, because he wanted to avenge the former sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He wanted to show off in front of the bodiless celestials from the Heaven Divination sect and Zhuangzi Buddhism. All in all, Li Bing deserved to die. When the person reached the end of his words, he came to a conclusion. Indeed, he deserved to die. The eyes of the handsome young man, Dichin, who had sent Li Bing out to handle this matter, suddenly narrowed. When he opened his mouth again, his voice had become a little colder. It made the people standing outside the pavilion feel as if winter had arrived. However, even if he deserved to die, he's still a member of Emperor Qin. Dichin narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. As the saying goes, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Since he killed my man, Dichin, I must seek an explanation from him. As soon as Dichin finished speaking, he disappeared from the gazebo and appeared in the sky above the valley in just a blink of an eye. Come with me to investigate Zoroastrianism. At the same time, Dichin did not forget to call out to the person standing outside the gazebo who had come to report to him. The person who came to report to Dichin was not a bodiless celestial from Zoroastrianism, Zhuangzi Buddhism, or the Heaven Divination sect. Like Dichin, this person was a dragon who had transformed into a middle-aged man. Lord Dichin. The middle-aged man trod on the air and arrived behind Emperor Qin. He couldn't help but frown as he frowned and said, we dragons had an agreement with the sword saint Feng Qingyang. As long as the Seven Absolute sect hasn't annihilated the three great sects, we dragons won't interfere in the conflict between the Seven Absolute sect and the three great sections. This time, Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, killed Li Bing because of the conflict between the Seven Absolute sect and Zoroastrianism. Lord Dichin, it's inappropriate for you to act rashly. The middle-aged man said hesitantly, if the Supreme Elder and Lord Patriarch find out about this, I'm afraid they won't allow you to act in such a manner. Lord Dichin. The middle-aged man tried to dissuade Dichin. However, Emperor Qin coldly snorted in the face of his dissuasion. How will they know if you don't tell them? Moreover, I'm only going to look for Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. If he kneels down and apologizes to me, I'll only punish him lightly and forget about this matter. A hint of arrogance could be seen on Dichin's face as he spoke. Kneel down and apologize? The middle-aged man could not help but laugh bitterly when he heard Dichin's words. Duan Lingtian was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. He was also the successor of the Sword Saint. Even if the patriarch of the dragons personally made a move, he would not kneel down to someone like that. Lord Di-Chin, the middle-aged man, was about to dissuade Di-Chin when Di-Chin interrupted him. Shut your mouth. Follow me to the fire worship sect. If I find out that you've sent a message to the others, I won't let you off. As soon as Di-Chin finished speaking, he waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of muffled thunder-like sound resounded. Emperor Qin waved his hand and drew out a vast and majestic invisible force. Then he carried the middle-aged man and left the valley in the blink of an eye. He left the dragon race and left the 100,000 mountains. From afar, it looked like a streak of light that was like a meteor streaking across the night sky. It flew out of the 100,000 mountains in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and continued to head west. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of this. After all, a month ago, after he had killed Li Bing, the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, he had informed Gan Ruyen, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, before he left the Zoroastrianism with Ker, their daughter, and Feng Tianwu to the northern region of the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate. Naturally, Chen Yi-Ru, the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, had accompanied them. As for Chen Yi-Ru's 2 servants, since they had acknowledged Gan Ruyen as their master, it was only natural that they would stay in the Zoroastrianism to help Gan Ruyen. It was snowing all year long in the northern region. Halfway up one of the snowy peaks, there was a vast stone platform with a palace standing on top of it. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting before a square table in one of the pavilions in the palace. One of them was Duan Lingtian. The other person was the Oracle Man, the former successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. Junior Uncle Prophet, is there anything you need from me? Duan Lingtian asked the old man in front of him with a puzzled expression on his face. It had been almost a month since Duan Lingtian had arrived at the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate in the northern region. During this 1 month, Duan Lingtian had met the Oracle Man, the former successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, through Feng Tianwu's introduction. As for the previous successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, Xuanai's master, he did not meet her since she was not around. Duan Lingtian respected the Oracle Man, a senior in the 7 Absolute sect. He did not look down on him, even though he was stronger than him and was now the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. During this time, Duan Lingtian learned many things from the Oracle Man. This included the matter of the old prophet asking Wu Ing, the current successor of the Didymus progeny, one of the 4 absolutes of the 7 Absolute sect, to go to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to help his father in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Apart from that, he also learned that the current successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, were Nangong and his brother. The Oracle Man had chosen them because of him. As for Gu Li and Feng Tianwu, they were not arranged by the Oracle Man. It was purely a coincidence. As for Han Xuanai, she was chosen by the former successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. It had nothing to do with the Oracle Man. Apart from that, when Duan Lingtian arrived at the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate in the northern region, the Oracle Man had immediately left to contact the former successor of the Red Dust progeny, Han Xuanai's master. He had asked her to use the mundane power of the Red Dust progeny to summon the other 5 successors of the 7 Absolute sect. The day of the 7 Absolutes reunion was just around the corner. You've been here for almost a month now. You should have rested enough, right? The Oracle Man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian kindly. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Today, I'm going to tell you about the Sword Saint secret zone left behind by ancestor Feng Qingyang. The Oracle Man said bluntly. When he saw Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, he continued to say, Tianwu must have mentioned the Sword Saint secret zone to you, but she doesn't know much about it. Today, I'll tell you about the Sword Saint secret zone. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian quickly nodded. At the same time, he listened attentively as though he was afraid he would miss out on a single word. Indeed, before he left the Zoroastrianism, Feng Tianwu had mentioned the Sword Saint secret zone to him. At that time, he found out that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left behind more than just the supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, in a place called the Sword Saint secret zone. Feng Qingyang had left behind the legacy for him. As for whether he would be able to obtain it, it would depend on his luck. Elder brother Duan, senior uncle prophet, said that if you're lucky enough to obtain the legacy left behind by ancestor Feng Qingyang after you enter the Sword Saint secret zone, you won't be much weaker than him even if you're not as strong as he was back then. At that time, Feng Tianwu's words had made Duan Lingtian curious about the Sword Saint secret zone. After that, when he arrived at the temporary base of the Seven Absolutes sect in the northern region and met the Oracle Man, he did not mention anything about the Sword Saint secret zone to him. In the past few days, he had planned to ask the Oracle Man about the Sword Saint secret zone. However, he did not expect the Oracle Man would take the initiative to ask him about the Sword Saint secret zone. Naturally, Duan Lingtian listened attentively to the Oracle Man's words. The Sword Saint secret zone. Following that, the Oracle Man began to introduce the Sword Saint secret zone left behind by the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang to Duan Lingtian. The Oracle Man had a solemn expression on his face when he was introducing the Sword Saint secret zone to Duan Lingtian. While the Oracle Man was introducing the Sword Saint secret zone to Duan Lingtian, the Zoroastrianism in the western region was not as peaceful as it seemed. I'll wait for Duan Lingtian for 10 days. If he doesn't appear in front of me after 10 days, I'll kill you, the handsome young man said calmly as he looked at Gan Ruyen, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who was surrounded by a group of Zoroastrianism's high-ranking officials. From the beginning until the end, he did not pity the beautiful woman in front of him at all. It was as though he was cold-blooded and heartless. After he finished speaking, he did not hesitate to bring the middle-aged man behind him to Gan Ruyan's cultivation place. It was the highest floating island in the sky above the saint land of Zoroastrianism. They found a large courtyard on the island as their resting place. It was as though they were treating this place as their own home. From the beginning until the end, Gan Ruyan and the others did not even dare to breathe. Chapter 2379. That young man. Who is he? Just a servant following behind him, has such powerful strength. Lung Ing said solemnly, "That's right. He's too strong." With just a casual strike of his palm, he killed the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage beside sect leader, before he even had a chance to react. Hong Yun nodded. She could not help but feel helpless when she recalled the scene earlier. That young man is at least a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, the burly middle-aged man standing behind Gan Ruyen, the companion of the skinny middle-aged man, said with a grim expression on his face, among the people present on the scene, his judgment was the most authoritative. After all, even Zifeng, the strongest high-ranking official from Zoroastrianism, was inferior to him in terms of cultivation base. Because of this, everyone firmly believed in his judgment. Heavens, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? Yes, he's at least a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, that middle-aged man might be a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or even a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's that young man to have a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial as his servant? The high-ranking officials from Zoroastrianism discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. Initially, I thought eminent celestials were the strongest in the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, it seems like eminent celestials are nothing compared to bodiless celestials. In front of those powerful bodiless celestials, even eminent celestials are insignificant. I didn't expect someone who failed the heavenly tribulation would have a chance to become a bodiless celestial. The four guardians of Zoroastrianism looked at Gan Ruyen. Ruyen let him know. Qing Hu looked at Gan Ruyen and said, "Let's wait for a while." Gan Ruyen shook her head. "I have 10 days. I'll think about it. What's there to consider? Human lives are at stake." Qing Hu said anxiously, "What if he is no match for them?" Gan Ruyen and Qing Hu looked at each other. Their beautiful faces tightened slightly, and they smiled sadly. If Duan Lingtian wasn't a match for those two, wouldn't she be harming Duan Lingtian if she rashly called Duan Lingtian back? Not to mention, she liked Duan Lingtian now. Even if she didn't like Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for her to harm Duan Lingtian just to survive. Duan Lingtian was her sister's husband and her niece's father. Ru Yen. Qing Hu wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Gan Ruyen. "Master, you don't have to persuade me. I've already said I'll think about it." This was the first time Gan Ruyen had interrupted Qing Hu since she became his disciple. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew into Qing Hu's cultivation place without waiting for his reply. As for the place where she cultivated, it was currently occupied by the two mysterious experts. She did not dare to rashly barge in. Who knew if they would be displeased by this? Perhaps they would not kill her within 10 days. However, she did not want them to vent their anger on the other members of Zoroastrianism. She was now the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. She could not watch the members of Zoroastrianism die. Sigh. Qing Hu was not angered by Gan Ruyen's earlier words. This was because he knew Gan Ruyen very well. He could not help but sigh inwardly. "This girl is too kind, Lord Guardian." At this time, one of the vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism looked at Qing Hu and asked solemnly, "If Lord Sect Leader insists on not informing Lord Duan Lingtian about this matter, those two people will definitely kill Lord Sect Leader in 10 days. After that, they might even vent their anger on Zoroastrianism." The vice sect leader of Zoroastrianism voiced the thoughts of most of the high-ranking members of Zoroastrianism present on the scene. All of a sudden, their gazes landed on Qing Hu as if they were waiting for Qing Hu's response. "What, are all of you worried that sect leader will harm our Zoroastrianism?" Qing Hu was already in a bad mood. When he heard the vice sect leader of Zoroastrianism's words, he could not help but show his anger and rebuke him loudly. When Qing Hu rebuked the vice sect leader of Zoroastrianism, the burly middle-aged man who was about to follow Gan Ruyen turned around and glared at the vice sect leader of Zoroastrianism coldly. "Please show mercy." Just as Protector Zi Feng sensed the commotion from the burly middle-aged man's side, he subconsciously shouted. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air. The burly middle-aged man had struck out with his palm. Instantly, a palm print shot out and killed the vice sect leader of Zoroastrianism before anyone could react. This scene was very similar to the scene where the middle-aged man behind the mysterious young man killed the burly middle-aged man's companion with a single strike. Whether it was the middle-aged man who killed the skinny middle-aged man or the burly middle-aged man who killed the vice sect leader of Zoroastrianism, it was as easy as blowing off dust. If anyone dares to disrespect my master again, they'll end up like him. The burly middle-aged man entered Qing Hu's cultivation place under the fearful gaze of the high-ranking officials from Zoroastrianism. They only regained their senses when the burly middle-aged man's figure disappeared from their sight. All of them gasped. Qing Hu was stunned for a moment before he smiled wryly. Although the burly middle-aged man had vented his anger by killing the vice sect leader of Zoroastrianism, as a guardian of Zoroastrianism, he felt it was a pity that the Zoroastrianism had lost a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he knew it was not his place to interfere with the burly middle-aged man's actions. The burly middle-aged man only acknowledged one master, his direct disciple, Gan Ruyen. As for the other three guardians of Zoroastrianism. They looked at each other before they shook their heads and sighed helplessly. As for the other high-ranking officials in the fire worship sect, they remained silent. None of them dared to speak. Let's disperse. Upon hearing Zifeng's words, the high-ranking officials from Zoroastrianism finally dispersed, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. At this moment, no matter how sullen they felt, they did not dare to say a word. Guardian Qinghua. After most of the people had left, Zifeng looked at Qinghua with a solemn expression and said solemnly, although his words are a little frightening, it's very likely that it'll come true. Guardian Qinghua. When Guardian Lingtian left, he gave me a communication jade token. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Qing, who naturally knew what Zifeng wanted to say, and he bluntly interrupted Zifeng. He seemed to have guessed since the beginning that even if that little girl, Ruyen, encountered some sort of trouble, it was very unlikely that she would look for him. So he left me a voice transmission jade slip and told me to inform him through it if anything happened. The eyes of the three guardians of Zoroastrianism, including Zifeng, lit up when Qinghua took out a communication jade token that Duan Lingtian had inscribed himself. It could be used to transmit his voice through the communication jade token. Guardian Lingtian, after that, Qinghua told Duan Lingtian everything about the mysterious young man and his servant before he sent it to Duan Lingtian through the jade token in his hand. Ruyen, don't blame Master. He's doing this for your own good. Qinghua could not help but sigh inwardly as he crushed the communication jade token. Moreover, I've also told Lingtian that the mysterious young man-servant is at least a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. I've also told him not to come back if he's not confident. In the northern region, on the snow-capped peaks all year round, Duan Lingtian and Kerr stood side by side in a pavilion on a vast stone platform halfway up the mountain. They were admiring the beautiful, snowy scenery outside. Naturally, the two women who were having a snowball fight were also admiring the scenery. Auntie Tian Wu, I hit you again. Sealing's amazing. Auntie Tian won't go easy on you next time. You have to be careful. Come on. I'm not afraid. Duan Lingtian and Kerr could not help but turn to look at the source of the voices. Sealing seems to like Sister Tian Wu a lot, Kerr said with a smile on her face. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. However, in the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something. The smile on his face froze immediately. Whoosh! At the same time, he took out a jade token. Whoosh! As soon as he took out the jade token, a translucent ray of light shot toward him from the southwest direction and entered the jade token in his hand. It's a message from Zoroastrianism. Kerr had also noticed the commotion at Duan Lingtian's side. She immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Brother Tian, is it from Sister? A worried expression appeared on Kerr's face when she asked this question. Crack! As soon as Kerr finished speaking, Duan Lingtian crushed the jade token in his hand. An old voice rang in the air immediately. It's Guardian Qinghua. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard the voice. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Qinghua's words. The mysterious young man has a servant who's at least a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he knows about the Zoroastrianism and Gon Ruyan's relationship with me. That person should be someone from the Dragon Clan. He must be the person behind Li Bing whom I killed that day. However, didn't Sandao say the dragons wouldn't interfere if I killed Li Bing? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. Sister. Chapter 2380. Duan Lingtian had just returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land not long ago. Moreover, he did not have much interaction with bodiless celestials when he was still in the upper province. For this reason, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess what was going on when he received the message from Qinghua. The The mysterious young man who had a servant with a cultivation base at the three tribulation bodiless celestial was most likely from the dragons. Moreover, the young man had come to investigate him for killing Li Bing. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that the mysterious young man knew he was the one who killed Li Bing. After all, when he killed Li Bing, he had sensed the aura of the mirror image talisman on Li Bing's body. Therefore, he knew the scene of Li Bing's death was likely transmitted to another person through the minor-major mirror image talisman. That person was most likely from the dragons who supported Li Bing. According to Sandao, after the bodiless celestials from the three great sects are grounded by the dragon clan, unless they find a backer in the dragon clan, it's very difficult for them to leave the dragon clan. Of course, I'm only leaving the dragon clan temporarily. Sandao speculates that Li Bing must have a backer in the dragon sect. That's why he's able to leave the dragon's sect temporarily. As for his arrogance in the Zoroastrianism, it's probably because he did it behind the backs of his backers in the dragon sect. Based on the agreement between the dragon sect and senior Feng Qingyang, Li Bing's death can only be considered as a dispute between the dragon sect and the Seven Absolute sect. The dragons have no reason to interfere. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Why was the dragon's sect looking for him? Could it be that the dragon's sect had forgotten the agreement between the dragon sect and senior Feng Qingyang? Kerr, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to your sister. Duan Lingtian looked at the worried Kerr and said, I'll go find Sandao now. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he was about to leave when Kerr called out to him, Brother Tian. Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr in confusion. Brother Tian, Qing, who also said in the message, if you don't have the confidence, don't return to Zoroastrianism. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously, although she was worried about her sister's safety, she was also worried about her man's safety. If she had to use her man's life to exchange for her sister's life, she would rather die than agree. Don't worry, I know what to do. Duan Lingtian comforted Kerr with a smile before he left to look for his servant, Chen Sandao, Chen Yiru. Kerr was the only one left standing in the same spot. She looked dejected. I'm still too weak. This was not the first time Kerr despised her strength. As she muttered to herself, she seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes were filled with determination. I've only tried that method once. However, I couldn't take it anymore. This time I must persevere. As long as I persevere, my strength will definitely increase rapidly in a short period of time. There was a secret in Kaer's heart that only she knew, to prevent others from worrying about her. Even her man, Duan Lingtian, and her sister, Gan Ruyen, did not know about this secret. Back when she was still imprisoned in the Zoroastrianism law enforcement hall, one day an unintentional thought of hers actually caused her soul to ignite. She could still remember the excruciating pain that came from her soul. Although the burning of her soul did not last long, she discovered that her cultivation base had increased tremendously. His cultivation base had strangely increased by several levels. At that time, she knew she could use the burning of her soul to increase her cultivation base and strength quickly. After that, she experimented a few times and mastered the trick of burning her soul. However, she did not try it again. This was because the pain was too great and the price she had to pay was too high. It was too much for her to bear. She did not have the courage to try it again. However, today, she had made up her mind to burn her soul again to increase her cultivation base and strength in a short period of time. This was the only way she would not be like a useless person who could not do anything when the people she cared about the most were in danger. That time after my soul seemed to have been set ablaze. Other than the pain, there seemed to be some memory fragments in my memory. And those memory fragments were all scenes that I had never seen before. Thinking back to the first time she burned her soul and the memory fragments that appeared in her mind, Kaer couldn't help but guess. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that the former sect leader of Zoroastrianism Tang Xian, mentioned that I'm the reincarnation of a goddess. Back then, the former sect leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to confirm that she was the reincarnation of a goddess. Even if she did not dare to believe it, she had no choice but to believe it. Perhaps, when my soul burns to a certain extent, I'll be able to recover all my memories from my previous life. After confirming that she was the reincarnation of a goddess, Kerr had been very curious about her previous life. She wanted to know what kind of person she was in her previous life, why she was reincarnated, and why she was reincarnated in this mundane realm. She also wanted to know what her cousin from her previous life was trying to do. It was as though a seed of curiosity had been planted in her heart. It took root and sprouted, and it could not be stopped. This time, I must persevere for a while. While I'm improving my cultivation base, I'll be able to recover more of my memories from my previous life. A hint of determination flashed in Kerr's eyes as she left the pavilion and returned to her room to cultivate. It doesn't matter if I recover my memories from my previous life or not. I'm still Kerr, Brother Tian's wife, my sister's sister, and Si Ling's mother. After returning to her room, Ku was prepared to undergo the excruciating process of burning her soul again. At the same time, she kept repeating this thought in her heart, her willpower incomparably firm. The reason she was so determined was because she was worried. She was worried that she would lose her memories of this life after she recovered all her memories from her previous life. Kerr sat cross-legged on her bed with her eyes closed. At first, her beautiful cheeks were calm, and her body was almost motionless as she maintained her cross-legged sitting posture. However, soon after, her body began to tremble slightly. Her originally calm and beautiful face also began to twitch, and the frequency of it became more and more exaggerated. In the end, she was even sweating like rain ding, ding, ding. Unknowingly, Kerr was gritting her teeth so hard that it made a clattering sound. In the end, there was even a trace of blood at the corner of Kerr's mouth. All of this was just Kerr's current appearance. At this moment, Kerr felt as though her soul was about to be completely burned away. Her consciousness was gradually becoming blurry. She was almost annihilated again and again. However, in the end, she gritted her teeth and persevered. During this process, Kerr's memory was filled with more fragments. In these fragments, there was a peerless beauty. As long as she was around, no matter if it was a man or a woman, there would be few who would not look at her. She was like the brightest star in the night sky, constantly attracting people's attention. Moreover, this peerless beauty was not a flower vase. She had the power to overturn the heavens and the earth, topple the mountains, and overturn the seas with just a wave of her hand. The sky and the earth would change color. The sun and the moon shone brightly. A forest with a circumference of 100,000 miles was turned into a huge crater. This is me from my past life? When Kerr saw these fragments, she was shocked. The peerless beauty in the fragments possessed a strength that she did not even dare to think about in the past. Even the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realm would not be able to compare to her strength, right? When she saw the scene of that peerless beauty making her move in the memory fragment, Kaer was shocked, and at the same time a thought involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Persevere! Persevere! As long as I persevere, no one in the mundane realm will be able to threaten Brother Tian. No one will be able to threaten my family. As her consciousness turned blurry again and again, Kaer's willpower grew stronger and stronger. Her thirst for power was unprecedentedly strong. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the pain Kerr was in. He was also unaware that Kerr could lose her consciousness at any time. Otherwise, he would have stopped Kerr at all costs. Master, as far as I know, the members of the dragon tribe always keep their promises. Moreover, this is an agreement between their ancestor and senior Feng Qinyang. Logically speaking, even if they're dissatisfied with Li Bing's decision, they can only grit their teeth and swallow their anger because they're in the wrong. Chen Yiru said solemnly after he learned the truth from his master, Duan Lingtian. Based on what you've said, the mysterious young man is most likely a member of the dragons. Chen Yiru said, What do you think we should do now? Duan Lingtian asked, Go to Zoroastrianism. Stop him. Tell him to go back to the dragons. A light flashed in Chen Yiru's eyes as he coldly snorted. If news of Li Bing being killed by you and this dragon clan member coming to avenge Li Bing spreads, the dragon clan will go down in infamy for thousands of years. For this reason, the dragons won't dare to avenge Li Bing unless they have absolute confidence in sealing the news. Chapter 2381. Does this mean they won't dare to touch me even if they're stronger than me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. He had come to ask Chen Yiru because he did not know the strength of the dragons. His servants were all 3 tribulation bodiless celestials, or stronger. Who knew if the person was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial or a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? If it was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Lingtian might be able to deal with him even if he used all his techniques. However, if it was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would not be a match for the person even if he used all his strength. Although he was worried about Gan Ruyan's safety, he did not want to recklessly throw his life away. As long as they can't guarantee that news of them killing you won't spread, they won't dare to touch you at all. Chen Yiru said confidently, In that case, let's make a trip to Zoroastrianism. I'd like to see where the people from the dragons get their courage from to ignore the agreement between the dragons and Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Then, Duan Lingtian brought Chen Yiru along and left without saying a word to anyone. After listening to Chen Yiru's words, Duan Lingtian knew he would not encounter any danger, so he did not have to worry about anything. Although it was a long journey from the northern region to the western region of Zoroastrianism, with Duan Lingtian and Chen Yiru's speed, it would only take them half a day to arrive. For this reason, Duan Lingtian felt there was no need for him to greet the others. After all, they would be back soon. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures flew past the sky above the Zoroastrianism's base. The speed of these 2 figures was so fast that even Zifeng, the strongest person in the fire worship sect, could not catch a glimpse of them. The owners of these 2 figures were none other than Duan Lingtian and his servant, who had traveled for half a day and were covered in dust. Duan Lingtian led the way, while Chen Yiru followed, closely behind. Whoosh! Once again returning to Zoroastrianism and entering the holy land of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian paused and stared at the floating island behind the clouds above the holy island without any emotion. Whoosh! Chen Yiru also came to a halt and stood respectfully behind Duan Lingtian. Dragons! I, Duan Lingtian, am here. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. He did not deliberately suppress his voice. Once he spoke, his voice spread throughout the holy land of Zoroastrianism, and even the entire Zoroastrianism base. Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian. He's back? Didn't he just leave a month ago? Why are you back so soon? I think he said something about 2 dragons. Dragons? They're dragons in our Zoroastrianism. In the Zoroastrianism base, the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism were confused when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They had no idea what was going on. Even the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who had witnessed the servant at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage being killed by a palm strike from Gan Ruyan, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, were surprised by Duan Lingtian's return. Dragons? Duan Lingtian said those 2 are from the dragons? They're from the dragons? I remember when they came a few days ago, they only said they were looking for Duan Lingtian. They didn't reveal their identities at all. I didn't expect them to be from the dragons. The dragons have bodiless celestials as well. Moreover, that 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is only a servant. That young man must have a high status in the dragons, right? Or perhaps his own strength far surpasses that of the servant by his side. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism were shocked by the identities of the two people. They were even more shocked by the fact that the three-tribulation bodiless celestial was only a servant. In their opinion, those who were able to make a three-tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger servant were not ordinary people. For example, Duan Lingtian had a four-tribulation bodiless celestial as a servant. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. He was also the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. Moreover, he was strong enough to easily kill a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was only an eminent celestial. Previously, the ancestor of Zoroastrianism, Li Bing, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. When I think about the ancestor, I can't help but recall that when the ancestor saw Duan Lingtian was much stronger than him, he seemed to have said that Duan Lingtian was from the dragons. Could it be that the people from the dragon clan are here to avenge the ancestor? A golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism speculated. As soon as he finished speaking, two voices rang in the air. Bah! The ancestor is from Zoroastrianism. There's no way he's from the dragons. Based on your words, doesn't that mean the ancestor has betrayed Zoroastrianism and joined the dragons? That's impossible. This was one of the voices. Indeed, it's possible. After all, the ancestor had said he was from the dragons. I'm sure everyone, including me, has heard it clearly. Moreover, if the ancestor has really betrayed Zoroastrianism and joined the dragons, it's only logical that the dragons would seek revenge from Duan Lingtian. This was another voice. Naturally, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who had spoken did not expect this. Although their ancestor had joined the dragons, he did not betray Zoroastrianism. This was because even Zoroastrianism was supported by the dragons and the phoenixes. The ancestor is dead. It's meaningless to say anything more. Let's see if Duan Lingtian can deal with the two dragons. As this voice spread, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism no longer harped on the topic. They immediately flew in the direction where Duan Lingtian's voice came from. In the blink of an eye, they were near Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is there, and his servant, Chen Yiru, is there too. When they saw Duan Lingtian, the eyes of many high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism lit up. There were also some high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who looked gloomily at Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed many times over. Among these people, the former believed that the ancestor of Zoroastrianism, Li Bing, had betrayed Zoroastrianism. The latter refused to believe that Li Bing had betrayed Zoroastrianism. Because of this, their attitude towards Duan Lingtian, the person who had killed Li Bing, was completely different. Why are you here? Soon, the leader of Zoroastrianism, Ganru Yen, arrived. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she was stunned. Obviously, she did not know why Duan Lingtian had suddenly come back. She clearly did not inform him. Leader. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism bowed at Ganru Yen. However, Ganru Yen did not pay any attention to them. Her eyes were still trained on Duan Lingtian. A complicated expression could be seen in her eyes. I'm the one who sent a message to Guardian Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could respond to Ganru Yen, a voice rang from behind Ganru Yen. Ganru Yen immediately turned around to look at the person behind her. Master, it's you? Why did you? When Ganru Yen found out that it was her master who had sent a message to Duan Lingtian, she was so angry that she could barely suppress her emotions. If the other party was not her master, perhaps she would have cursed out loud. I don't want to see you die. Qinghua, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, who was standing opposite Ganru Yen, replied to her in this manner. You don't want to see me die? Ganru Yen smiled bitterly. Then she said with a bitter expression on her face, Master, if he dies because of me, do you think I'll still live in this world? Qing trembled when he heard Ganru Yan's words. He could not help but sigh. Silly child, I was wrong this time. He did not expect this. He did not expect his direct disciple to be so unyielding. Just as Ganru Yan was about to ask Duan Lingtian to leave, a voice rang out. You're Duan Lingtian. In the distance, a person spoke before Ganru Yan. When that person spoke, he was escorted by another middle-aged man as he stepped through the air and arrived. As soon as he appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. He stole the limelight from Duan Lingtian. You're the person behind Li Bing? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the handsome young man who was flying toward him from afar. He did not answer the young man's question. Instead, he asked in return, the person behind Li Bing? When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the high-ranking members of Zoroastrianism could not help but look at each other in confusion. Some of them had an expression of I knew it was true on their faces. Others had an expression of disbelief on their faces. They could not believe that the person whom Duan Lingtian identified as the person behind the dragons was the person behind the patriarch of Zoroastrianism, Li Bing. How could the person behind their patriarch be the person behind the dragons? They did not dare to believe it, nor did they want to believe it. How dare you? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the middle-aged man behind the handsome young man shouted coldly. Then he said, Duan Lingtian, Lord Dichin is the one who asked you a question. Not only did you not answer, but you even questioned Lord Dichin. Do you really think you can act so arrogantly and look down on Lord Dichin just because you're the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect? Dichin. Many high-ranking members of Zoroastrianism narrowed their eyes when they heard the middle-aged man's words. This was because, as far as they knew, Dichin's name was Dichin. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, only the members of the Imperial Dragon Clan, the Golden Dragon progeny, used the surname D. This handsome and mysterious young man was a member of the Imperial Dragon Clan, the Golden Dragon progeny? You're the one who's bold. Chapter 2382. As a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, Chen Yiru could tell the middle-aged man standing behind Dichin was a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even he did not think much of a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he tolerate the fact that the middle-aged man dared to make a fuss in front of his master? 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who were present on the scene had already guessed the middle-aged man was a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, the middle-aged man standing behind Dichin was a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, guesses were just guesses. When Chen Yiru revealed the other party's cultivation, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Chen Yiru said coldly, infuriating the middle-aged man. He said mockingly, as a bodiless celestial and a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial on top of that, you're a disgrace to us bodiless celestials. You're a disgrace to us bodiless celestials. A mocking smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Humph! Chen Yiru scoffed. His expression did not change as he said mockingly, Aren't you also like a servant who follows behind others? Do you think you're qualified to mock me? The middle-aged man was furious, but he did not know how to refute Chen Yiru's words. Indeed, he was like a servant in front of Dichin. Master, Dichin is a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. At the same time, Chen Yiru did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. His true form is a 7-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, his father is one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dragon Clan. Currently, he's a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial as well. 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Upon hearing Chen Yiru's words, Duan Lingtian no longer feared Chen Yiru. As it turned out, he was worried Di Chen's cultivation base was higher than a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. In the end, he had no choice but to use the agreement between the dragon's clan and Feng Qingyang to force Di Chen to return to the dragon's bodiless celestial. However, it seemed like there was no need for him to do that. He could easily deal with a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian. At this time, Di Chen looked at Duan Lingtian with a sharp gaze and said coldly, as the saying goes, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. You killed my people, which is tantamount to slapping my face. Considering that the 7 Absolute sect and the dragons have some friendship in the past, I will not kill you. However, you have to kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, this matter will be resolved, and I will not pursue it any further. Emperor Chen's face was full of arrogance as he spoke. It seemed as if he was a high and mighty god overlooking a weak mortal. As soon as Di Chen said this, Duan Lingtian's face immediately darkened. How dare you? Chen Yiru flew into a rage. Di Chen from the dragons said that Duan Lingtian killed his people? Don't tell me he's talking about the ancestor of Zoroastrianism, Li Bing? It's possible. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? I think it's possible as well. Upon hearing Di Chen's words, many of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism could not help but speculate. The person Di Chen said that Duan Lingtian killed might be the ancestor of Zoroastrianism, Li Bing. Before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. In front of this Di Chen, the ancestor of Zoroastrianism is just a dog. Some of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism were furious, but they did not dare to show it. Impossible. Some of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism refused to admit it. They thought it was just a coincidence. Ha 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 ha! The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They were curious if Duan Lingtian would kneel and kowtow like Di Chen had said. However, Duan Lingtian suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter was like a clap of thunder that reverberated through the heavens. What? You don't want to kneel and kowtow? Di Chen narrowed his eyes. His tone was cold. Di Chen. As soon as Di Chen finished speaking, Duan Lingtian stopped laughing. His cold eyes immediately landed on Di Chen. As long as you kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, I'll let you leave. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the entire place fell silent. Just a moment ago, Di Chen had threatened Duan Lingtian. Then, Duan Lingtian had threatened Di Chen. Master, Chen Yiru was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly said through voice transmission, I know it's not difficult for you to kill Di Chen with your strength. However, Di Chen is not an ordinary member of the dragons. His father is one of the strongest powerhouses among the dragons. He's at least a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. If you kill him, his father won't let this matter rest. Chen Yiru said through voice transmission. His tone was filled with dread. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. For an existence at that level, killing him was as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Even his master was no match for such a powerhouse. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian only responded indifferently when he heard Chen Yiru's words. Chen Yiru was puzzled by Duan Lingtian's words, but he did not know what to say. Ha ha ha! This time, it was Di Chen's turn to laugh. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After a while, Di Chen finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said, Duan Lingtian, do you really think you can look down on everyone just because you're as strong as a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Today, I'll show you that there are many people who can defeat you. I believe there are many people who can defeat me, but that doesn't include you, Di Chen. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Is that so? Then I'll show you. Even if you're as strong as a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, I'll still be able to defeat you. Di Chen's celestial elemental energy surged out of his body as soon as his voice faded. It shook the void and left a long and narrow crack in the void. From the looks of it, it would take at least a quarter of an hour for the cracks to completely close. He had seen Duan Lingtian's attack through the mirror image talisman. It was the time when Duan Lingtian had killed Li Bing. Since he had seen Duan Lingtian's attack, he knew Duan Lingtian was weaker than him. Although he was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, his strength was at the peak of 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In 6 months, he would undergo his 6th bodiless celestial tribulation and become a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were nothing to him. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. 5th tribulation loose immortal? This Di Chen is actually a 5th tribulation loose immortal. After Di Chen finished speaking, the power in his body skyrocketed. All the Zoroastrianism leaders present were shocked. On the other hand, Gan Ruyen, the leader of Zoroastrianism, was no longer worried when she learned that Di Chen was only a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, because she knew a 5th tribulation scattered immortal was still no match for Duan Lingtian. Then I really want to see it for myself. Hearing Di Chen's words, Duan Lingtian sneered. Shortly after, an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth erupted from his body. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by a series of ear-piercing sword sounds. Duan Lingtian's body once again shot out beams of solidified white sword light. These sword rays whizzed out from every pore on his body, and there were countless of them. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian's body was quickly enveloped by the white sword lights that shot out from his body. Following that, Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have merged with the white sword lights as though he had become a part of them. Is Master going to use his full strength? Chen Yiru narrowed his eyes, but at the same time, a look of expectation appeared on his face. After all, he had only seen his master's strength that was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Based on what he knew, when his master unleashed his full strength, his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, he had never seen it before. At this moment, he realized his master was going to use his full strength. He realized his master was going to use his full strength to deal with Di Chen, the dragons. I hope Master will show mercy and won't kill him. Otherwise, Di Chen's father won't be easy to deal with. At this moment, Chen Yiru was looking forward to witnessing Duan Lingtian's true strength. At the same time, he was worried Duan Lingtian would accidentally kill Di Chen. That's under the watchful eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian's body transformed into a part of the sword lights that shot out from his body. Following that, the sword lights shrunk rapidly. In the end, it transformed into a 3-foot-long sword under everyone's watchful eyes. This 3-foot-long blade was suspended in the air. Its entire body was milky white. Initially, it emitted a faint white light around it. However, in the end, the white light was completely withdrawn, causing this 3-foot-long blade to appear simple and unadorned. Di Chen, use your full strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a second chance to attack. At this moment, 2 voices resonated from the milky white sword hovering in the air. Everyone could tell it was Duan Lingtian's voice. Duan Lingtian has transformed into a sword? Could this be the legendary technique that the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, once performed the body and sword as one? Duan Lingtian's achievement in the sword Dao has reached such a level? Among the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism, there were many knowledgeable people who could easily tell Duan Lingtian had used the body and sword union technique. Body and sword union? Even Di Chen could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 3-foot-long sword. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's supreme, Sword Tao mental cultivation method. The Sovereign Heart Sword is the body and sword union after the sword manipulation art. The latter is much stronger than the former. Duan Lingtian only used the sword manipulation art to kill Li Bing. Chapter 2383. Roar. Although Di Qin had lost his confidence, he did not lose his will to fight. He let out a beast-like roar as his energy surged like a fireball. When Di Qin's energy surged like a fireball, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism felt as though a scorching sun had appeared in front of them. They could not help but squint their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Di Qin had disappeared. To be more precise, Di Qin's human body had disappeared. A 1,000-meter-long divine dragon appeared in the void where Emperor Qin had been standing. It meandered down from the horizon and shrouded a large part of the sky. It blotted out the sun. It was awe-inspiring. This was a divine dragon that was completely golden in color. The dragon's scales on its body were shining with a golden luster, which was extremely dazzling. Apart from that, the divine dragon had 7 claws on each of its claws. Each of its claws was extremely sharp, as though it could tear through anything. A 7-clawed golden dragon. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism were shocked when they saw the divine dragon. It seems like Di Qin has decided to go all out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reverted to his true form before he made his move. Dragons are the strongest when they fight in their true forms. This is especially true for bodiless celestials. When a bodiless celestial is a bodiless celestial, external items from the mundane realm are of little help to them. They have to rely on their own strength to fight. Not only is Di Qin a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, but he's also a 7-clawed divine dragon. I'm afraid he's one of the strongest 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duan Lingtian isn't weak as well. When he killed our 4 tribulation bodiless celestial ancestor of Zoroastrianism, our ancestor said his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he's using the rumored body and sword fusion technique created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. I wonder between the two of them who will be the final victor. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism stared at the sword and dragon in front of them intently, waiting for the battle to end. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you've comprehended the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Tao mental cultivation method created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. However, you'll still lose in front of me, Di Qin. Emperor Chen was no longer confident in his heart. In fact, he was even somewhat nervous. However, he still understood the principle of not losing momentum. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was not swayed by his words. Is that so? Then I'd like to see it. Emperor Chen had transformed into the 7-clawed golden dragon and had opened his mouth to issue a sound. Simultaneously, the milky white, 3-foot-long sword had also issued a sound in the distance. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. Roar! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 7-clawed golden dragon that Di Qin had transformed into roared furiously at the sky. An earth-shattering roar reverberated in the air as a terrifying sound wave swept out, causing the air to tremble as though it would collapse at any moment. When the sound wave spread out, some of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who had a weaker cultivation base felt a piercing pain in their eardrums. Some of them even had their eardrums ruptured. Even those with a higher cultivation base felt chills running down their spines when they heard the dragon's roar. So this is the 7-clawed golden dragon that's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Just one roar is enough to kill some of the saint celestial stage powerhouses with a lower cultivation base. Many of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism shuddered in fear. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the seven-clawed golden dragon that Di Chen had transformed into streaked across the sky. Its speed was getting faster and faster. In just a few moments, it had disappeared from the eyes of most of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism. Only a few guardians of Zoroastrianism could vaguely see the seven-clawed divine dragon's figure. After a few moments, even the guardians of Zoroastrianism could no longer see the seven-clawed divine dragon. It was as though the seven-clawed golden dragon that was thousands of meters long had disappeared into thin air. Chi, 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 chi. Naturally, they knew the seven-clawed golden dragon did not really disappear. It was just that its speed was so fast that they could not see it with their naked eyes. At this moment, they could only vaguely see the seven-clawed divine dragon. In the space between the seven-clawed golden dragon and the 3-foot-long sword that Duan Lingtian had transformed into, a long and ferocious crack appeared. Looking at the extent of the cracks, it would take at least 15 minutes for them to close up again. From this, it could be seen that Di Chen had made his move without holding back. Swoosh! Emperor Qin had transformed into a seven-clawed golden dragon and had disappeared in front of most people's eyes. Then, the milky white 3-foot-long sword that had been floating in the distance also disappeared in front of most people's eyes, along with a burst of sword-whistling sound. At this moment, only Chun Yi-Ru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, and the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial who was standing next to Di Chen could vaguely see the figures of the dragon and the sword. How could it be so fast? The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial who was standing next to the dragons narrowed his eyes when he heard the sword cry. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. At this moment, he could still see more of the seven-clawed golden dragon Di Chen's figure. However, the 3-foot-long sword only left a mark in front of him. Its speed was much faster than Di Chen's figure. For this reason, he was shocked. They're not even on the same level. The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons felt his scalp go numb as fear rose in his heart. I hope nothing happens to Lord Di Chen. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. At this moment, the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons thought about himself. He could already foresee this. If Di Chen were to die here today, his father, the supreme elder of the dragons, would definitely kill him. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to kill Lord Di Chen, the supreme elder of the dragons won't let you and the 7 absolute sect go. The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons cried out in an attempt to stop Duan Lingtian from killing Duan Lingtian. He could see this. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial when he cast the body sword fusion technique. He was not a match for Di Chen. Although Di Chen was considered one of the strongest 5 tribulation bodiless celestials, he was still considered one of the strongest 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, there was a huge gap between a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial and a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was invincible among 5 tribulation bodiless celestials would not be a match for a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial unless he had a celestial supreme treasure or a divine ability from a Devata realm. No matter how weak a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial was, a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial was still a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. How's this possible? As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, Di Chen, who had transformed into a 7-clawed golden dragon, looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief with a hint of horror in his eyes. He discovered the speed of the sword was extremely fast. The speed of the sword had surpassed the speed of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial and was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? How's this possible? The first thought that appeared in Di Chen's mind was that it was unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of him. No matter how unbelievable it was, he could not deny that it was real. Chi, 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 chi. When Chen Yiru saw Duan Ling Tian tearing a rift in the void that was twice as long as the seven-clawed golden dragon that Di Qin had transformed into, he could not help but pray inwardly. Duan Ling Tian had transformed into a 3-foot-long blade that was twice as long as the seven-clawed golden dragon. I hope Master won't kill Di Qin. Otherwise, he'll be in big trouble. Whether it was Chen Yiru's reaction, Emperor Chen's reaction, or the reaction of the 3 tribulations scattered celestial from the dragon clan, everything happened in a flash. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As the sound of sword cries rang in the air, Di Chen was shocked to see the 3-foot-long sword. When the milky white 3-foot-long blade that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into was about to reach him, he split into a few clones and charged at him together. Just one of the clones has strength comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Emperor Qin had also discovered this when he had defeated one of the 3-foot-long green sword's clones. So he couldn't help but feel indescribably shocked in his heart. This is bad. In the next moment, Di Chen's expression changed drastically. This was because he discovered that the original body of the 3-foot-long sword and the other clones had already swept past his enormous body with an unstoppable momentum, causing him to feel waves of heart-wrenching pain at the first moment. Chen Yiru was dumbfounded when he saw this. Emperor Qin had transformed into a 7-clawed golden dragon that was thousands of meters long, but now his dragon tail and all of his dragon claws were forcibly chopped off by the sword lights. The body of the dragons was said to be invincible, but it was as though it was made of paper in the face of the sword rays. Emperor Chen's body didn't continue to move at such a fast speed at this time. Therefore, he appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. The entire place was deathly silent at this moment. A moment ago, the 7-clawed golden dragon had been so majestic in front of them. Now, not only was its tail cut off, but all of its claws were also chopped off at this moment. The gigantic 7-clawed golden dragon seemed to have transformed into a gigantic earthworm. Swoosh! Another sword cry resonated in the air. This time, the 3-foot-long sword that Duan Ling Tian had transformed into appeared in front of the 7-clawed golden dragon with a severed tail and claws. It emitted a sword ray that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Chapter 2384. Kneel down and kowtow or die. Duan Ling Tian's words rang from the 3-foot-long sword that was pointed at the 7-clawed golden dragon's head. The sword chi on the 3-foot-long sword was so sharp that it made people feel like they had no choice but to believe him. Even Di Qin could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At this moment, only he could clearly sense how terrifying the 3-foot-long blade floating before his eyes was. As long as the sword light emitted from the blade touched his body, it would definitely be able to easily pierce through his body. This was because the power it contained was comparable to the attack of a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian, let's forget about this matter. You don't have to kneel down and kowtow to me anymore. Emperor Qin eventually lowered his arrogant head in the face of the 3-feet-long sword in front of him. Ha 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 ha! However, as soon as Di Qin finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's laughter rang from the 3-foot-long sword hovering in front of Di Qin. It was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He did not stop laughing for a long time. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing, the 3-foot-long blade hovering in front of Di Chen's eyes swept across at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. At this moment, even the weakest high-ranking official in the fire worship sect could see the trajectory of the 3-foot-long blade as it streaked across the sky. However, the 3-foot-long sword swung at a moderate speed. Roar! As the 7-clawed golden dragon roared in pain, another section of the 7-clawed divine dragon's body that was thousands of meters long was severed. This section was several hundred meters long. However, it wasn't enough to endanger Emperor Chen's life. Instead, it was enough to make him feel heart-wrenching pain. Although a bodiless celestial's body was considered a body of energy, he could still feel pain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Di Chen's seven-clawed golden dragon shone brightly. Following that, its severed body rapidly recovered, including its tail and claws. All of them were restored to their original state. However, after his body had recovered, everyone present could clearly sense that Di Chen's aura had weakened a little. Clearly, itinerant immortals would need to expend a large portion of their strength to recover their damaged bodies. Whoosh! After Di Chen's seven-clawed golden dragon body was restored to its original state, another burst of golden light burst out, causing everyone present to squint their eyes again. When everyone opened their eyes again, they saw that the golden light had shrunk rapidly. In the end, the seven-clawed golden dragon that was thousands of meters long had disappeared and was replaced by Di Chen's human body. Di Chen returned to his human form. Whoosh! However, even though Emperor Chen had transformed into a human, the 3-foot-long sword in the void was still following him all the time. It was swallowing and spitting out sword light while pointing at the space between his eyebrows. It seemed as if it could take his life at any time. Duan Lingtian, Emperor Chen's complexion turned gloomy. His throat moved, and he issued a roar. "Don't go too far!" "Go too far?" Duan Lingtian's voice rang from the 3-foot-long sword. He sneered. "I should be the one saying that to you, right? I don't want to waste my breath on you. If you don't kneel and kowtow within 10 breaths, you'll die here." Duan Lingtian's words became even colder after he sneered. "Duan Lingtian, my father is a supreme elder of the dragon clan. He's a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Di Chen's eyes narrowed. At the same time, he brought up his father in an attempt to pressure Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, his father was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even though Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was no match for his father. 8 more breaths of time. Just when Di Chen thought that Duan Lingtian would take a step back out of fear of his father, Duan Lingtian's words rang in his ears. He was so shocked that his pupils shrank and he couldn't recover for a long time. How could this Duan Lingtian remain unmoved after finding out his father was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? Was this Duan Lingtian not afraid that his father would avenge him? Hiss, 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 hiss. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism gasped when they regained their senses. Earlier, when Di Chen said his father was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism were in a daze. When they saw Duan Lingtian ignoring Di Chen's threat, they regained their senses. Di Chen brought up his father, a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, but Duan Lingtian ignored him. Duan Lingtian isn't afraid of a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? Don't tell me the strength Duan Lingtian displayed isn't his true strength. That's impossible. While the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism were discussing among themselves, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. 5 more breaths of time. 5 more breaths of time. Di Chen regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief as though he had just seen a ghost. "Duan Lingtian, aren't you worried my father will seek revenge for me?" For more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again, indirectly answering Di Chen's question. You. At this moment, Di Chen realized Duan Lingtian was indeed not worried about his father seeking revenge. He could not help but feel wary. Don't tell me the strength Duan Lingtian displayed earlier isn't his true strength? His true strength is comparable to a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? It seems like that's the only reason he's not afraid of my father. Emperor Chen's pupils shrank as he thought of this. His heart trembled with fear. Naturally, it's also possible that he's just trying to be mysterious and is not afraid of death. Di-Chin thought of another possibility. 2 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian's voice continued to ring in the air. It shocked Di-Chin so much that he shuddered and quickly regained his senses. At the same time, he felt conflicted. On one hand, he had to kneel down and kowtow, throwing away his dignity. On the other hand, he had to die. He did not want to throw away his dignity, but he did not want to die. 1 more breath of time. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. This time his voice was even colder than before. The 3-foot-long sword suspended in front of Emperor Chen's eyebrows became increasingly fierce as this voice resounded. Moreover, it was filled with waves of awe-inspiring, murderous aura. It seemed as if it was about to devour a person. Whoosh! Di-Chin shuddered again. In the end, he could only kneel down with a humiliated expression on his face. At this moment, his face was flushed red from anger. However, he had nowhere to vent his anger. He knelt down. When the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism saw Di-Chin kneeling down, they were shocked. Even Gan Ruyen, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, widened her eyes in shock. This handsome young man was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons. Moreover, he had an extraordinary background. However, he was kneeling in front of Duan Lingtian. Di-Chen's father is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's not appropriate for him to do this, right? Gan Ruyen was worried about Duan Lingtian. Phew! Chen Yi-Ru, who was standing in the distance, sighed in relief when he saw this. It's a good thing Master didn't kill him. If he did, his father would definitely not let this matter rest. However, even if that's the case, I'm afraid Di-Chen's father won't let this matter rest so easily. When Chen Yi-Ru thought about this, he could not help but feel worried. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past as the 3-foot-long sword pointed at Di-Chen's glabella shone brightly. Following that, a purple figure appeared. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Kowtow! Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at Di-Chin. His eyes were emotionless, and his voice was emotionless. Duan Lingtian, how dare you? The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan, who had followed Di-Chin to the fire worship sect, cried out as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. It was as though he was trying to stop Duan Lingtian. Chen Yi-Ru's expression darkened when he was about to explode. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air before Chen Yi-Ru could do anything. Duan Lingtian pushed his hand forward, and a white sword ray shot out from his palm. The sword ray circled the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons and severed his limbs. Ah! The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons cried out in pain. His face turned pale as he tried to regrow his limbs. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a horrified expression appeared on his face. He did not dare to make a sound. Duan Lingtian, are you sure you want me to kowtow? When Di-Chin heard Duan Lingtian's words, he clenched his teeth and asked in humiliation, What, do you want me to repeat myself? Duan Lingtian sneered. Don't forget you're the one who suggested kowtowing. Good, good, good. After Di-Chin growled a few times, he kowtowed to Duan Lingtian as his body trembled. In the process of kowtowing, he clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. No matter if it was his hands or the corner of his mouth. Traces of blood flowed out at the same time, swoosh. After kowtowing 3 times, Di-Chin rose to his feet and left the Zoroastrianism, Holy Land and Zoroastrianism. He did not want to stay in this place where he had lost all his dignity. Duan Lingtian, if I don't kill you, I, Di-Chin, swear I'm not a human. I swear I'm not a human. Chapter 2385. Duan Lingtian, if I don't kill you, I, Di-Chin, swear I'm not a human. I swear I'm not a human. Although Di Qin had only spoken after leaving the Zoroastrianism's base, his voice was so loud that it was clearly heard by everyone, including Duan Lingtian, in the Zoroastrianism sect. Di Qin, I'm sure he won't let this matter rest after he returns. I hope he won't vent his anger on Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, we won't be able to withstand his anger. Many high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism whispered among themselves with a fearful expression on their faces. It was as though Zoroastrianism was about to face a calamity. Some high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of blame in their eyes. However, none of them dared to voice their displeasure. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. If Duan Lingtian did not ask Di Qin to kneel and kowtow, he would not have angered Di Qin and put Zoroastrianism in danger. However, it seemed as though they had forgotten something. Di Qin was the one who asked Duan Lingtian to kneel and kowtow. Duan Lingtian was merely giving Duan Lingtian a taste of his own medicine. Meanwhile, Ganru Yan and Chen Yiru looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Perhaps the others would think that Duan Lingtian's true strength was not only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian ignore the threat from a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? However, Ganru Yan and Chen Yiru knew very well that Duan Lingtian's true strength was only comparable to Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian's true strength was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian was not a match for a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, they could not help but feel worried for Duan Lingtian. I'll wait for you. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he indifferently spat out these 4 words when everyone's gazes landed on him in unison. These 4 words were not loud to the people present on the scene. However, it was filled with Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian, Di Qin, who was traveling to the east. Duan Lingtian, I want you dead. Di Qin roared inwardly. Unknowingly, killing Duan Lingtian had become an obsession in Di Qin's heart. For a bodiless celestial who was about to face the bodiless celestial tribulation, having an obsession was taboo. Emperor Qin was also aware of this, but he couldn't help it. After all, he couldn't accept the humiliation he had suffered today. This was the first time in his life that he had to kneel and kowtow to someone. It was not difficult for him to imagine this. It would not take long for news of him kneeling and kowtowing to Duan Lingtian to spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, he would become a laughingstock in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whoosh! After Di Qin left, the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons also left. Before he left, he looked at Duan Lingtian warily. When he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping him, he sighed in relief. Duan Lingtian merely watched the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons leave with Di Qin. He did not even stop Di Qin. Naturally, he would not stop the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons. After the high-ranking officials from the Zoroastrianism left, only Duan Lingtian, Ganru Yan, and Chen Yiru remained. Even the burly middle-aged man standing behind Ganru Yan had retreated, not daring to disturb Duan Lingtian and the others. You shouldn't have done that. You humiliated Di Qin. His father won't let you go. Ganru Yan said with a sigh. He asked for it. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, if he didn't ask me to kneel and kowtow, I wouldn't have bothered with him. However, since he asked for it, he'll have to take responsibility for his words and pay the price for it. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. He would not offend those who did not offend him. However, if someone offended him, he was not someone who could be easily bullied. This was Duan Lingtian's principle. But his father is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ganru Yan said anxiously. So what? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. Don't tell me I have to compromise and let him humiliate me just because his father is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Moreover, he's just a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's not qualified to make me, Duan Lingtian, bow to him. Why your strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Gan Ruyan's eyes widened. Qin Yiru looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then his eyes flashed as he said slowly, however, it won't be long now. Although Gan Ruyan and Qin Yiru were curious about Duan Lingtian's words, they did not probe further since Duan Lingtian did not intend to elaborate. You, on the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at Gan Ruyan sullenly as he said, due to the relationship between Zoroastrianism and the dragons, Di Chen won't be able to take revenge on Zoroastrianism. However, I'm sure he'll be able to deal with you, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. After all, changing the sect leader of Zoroastrianism won't affect the foundation of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian said, I think it's best if you don't stay in Zoroastrianism anymore. If I don't stay in Zoroastrianism, where else can I go? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyan was slightly moved. However, she could not help but smile bitterly as she said, If I leave, I'll definitely bring Master with me. If Di Chen finds out about my relationship with Master, he'll definitely attack Master if he doesn't see me. Both of you, Master and disciple, should follow me back to the northern region. Coincidentally, Kerr and Xiling miss you as well, Duan Lingtian said. When Duan Lingtian returned to Zoroastrianism, it was a group of 2. However, when they left, it was a group of 5. Apart from Gan Ruyan, there was also Qing Hua, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, and Gan Ruyan, the burly middle-aged man who used to follow Qin Yiru around. As for the skinny middle-aged man, he had been killed by the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons. After Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the temporary estate of the 7 absolute sect in the northern region, the western region was not as peaceful as before. Duan Lingtian returned to Zoroastrianism and defeated Di Chen, the 7-clawed golden dragon, who's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. He even forced Di Chen to kneel and kowtow as he begged for mercy. Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least. In fact, he might even be stronger. The current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is as monstrous as Feng Qingyang, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. When this news spread in the western region, it naturally caused a commotion in the western region. At the same time, the news spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In fact, this time around, it only took half a month for the news to spread throughout the entire upper province. The reason it was so quick was because the news was related to Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan. For this reason, many bodiless celestials who lived in seclusion helped spread the news. In just 2 weeks, the news had spread like wildfire in the upper province. Heavens! The current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is really heaven-defying. I can't believe there's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial among the dragons. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is already stronger than an eminent celestial. How strong is a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? So what if a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial is strong? Didn't he still die in the hands of Duan Lingtian in the end? Duan Lingtian is really terrifying. Previously, he killed a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Zoroastrianism. But this time he even killed a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The person Duan Lingtian killed, I think his name is Di Chen. As far as I know, the surname Di has always belonged to the golden dragon progeny from the imperial dragons. I heard Di Chen reverted to his true form during the battle with Duan Lingtian. His true form is a 7-clawed golden dragon. At the same time, many people's attention was focused on Emperor Chen's identity. The bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were in an uproar as well. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, managed to force Di Qin to kneel and kowtow? Monstrous. He's monstrous. He's monstrous indeed. It hasn't even been 100 years since Duan Lingtian rose to power. In less than 100 years, his strength is already comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. If he's given a few more years, who in the Dao Martial Saint Land would be able to defeat him? Even now, I don't think anyone would be able to defeat him. Who knows if his true strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial? That's right. Previously, when he killed Li Bing, we thought his strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, it has only been slightly more than a month, and his strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Who knows? His strength might be even higher than this. Every time Duan Lingtian makes a move, he gives people a different kind of shock. No one knows where his trump card is. After all, he's the successor of the Sword Saint. That Sword Saint could even kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. As his direct disciple, even if Duan Lingtian isn't as strong as the Sword Saint, he shouldn't be too far off. We can't afford to offend Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the group of bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had already regarded him as a tiger and were extremely wary of him. In the eastern region, in the 100,000 mountains, at the dragon's estate, 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. We dragons have bodiless celestials as well. Di Qin, isn't he the grand elder of the dragons from 6,000 years ago? He's still alive? Moreover, he even became a bodiless celestial. Chapter 2386. I didn't expect this. When I heard about bodiless celestials, I thought we dragons might have bodiless celestials as well. I didn't expect there to be one. The bodiless celestials of the dragons are 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Why don't I feel happy when I find out we have a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from our dragon clan was forced to kneel, kowtow, and beg for mercy by the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. Who in the dragon clan wouldn't be angry or happy? Many members of the dragons discussed among themselves. They were surprised by the existence of a bodiless celestial among the dragons, and they were furious that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, had forced their bodiless celestial to kneel and kowtow to beg for mercy. These members of the dragons were unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials because they were unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials. The dragons in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were divided into the outer clan and the inner clan. The outer tribes included all those below the eminent celestial stage in the dragon clan. Among these outer tribes, only a few high-ranking members knew about bodiless celestials and were aware that there were many bodiless celestials in the dragon clan. However, they were unaware that there were 2 types of bodiless celestials. The bodiless celestials of the dragons were divided into 2 types. One type was the bodiless celestials of the dragons, and the other type was the bodiless celestials from the 3 great sects who were forcibly brought back to the dragons by the bodiless celestials. The dragons' residence was divided into 3 areas. One area was for the outer clan, the other was for the inner clan, and the last area was for the bodiless celestials from the 3 great sections. From this, it could be seen that the inner clan of the dragons consisted of the bodiless celestials of the dragons. In the eyes of outsiders, the dragons only had one clan leader. In fact, there were 2 patriarchs in the dragon clan. One of them was the patriarch of the outer clan and was usually at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The other patriarch was the patriarch of the inner clan and was in charge of all the bodiless celestials in the dragon clan. He was the true patriarch of the dragon clan. The leader of the inner clan of the dragons was usually the symbol of the strongest power of the dragons, and there was no exception in every generation. In this world, the strong were respected, and it was the same for dragons. Only the strongest loose immortals among the dragons would be able to obtain the support of a group of dragons and become the clan leader of the dragons. Di-Chin actually kowtowed and begged for mercy in front of that Duan Lingtian. What a disgrace to us dragons! How spineless! When news of this spread to the dragons, not only was the outer clan shocked, but even the inner clan was shocked as well. When the bodiless celestials in the inner clan of the dragons learned about Di-Chen's spineless behavior, they began to mock Di-Chin. If Di-Chan refuses to submit, he'll still have a good reputation. However, he's a coward and will go down in infamy. Di-Chin is a 7-clawed golden dragon from the Imperial clan. How could he do such a thing? Not only is he a disgrace to himself, but he's also a disgrace to us dragons. If it were him, he would have just killed himself. How would he have the guts to come back? Shoo, keep your voices down. If the Supreme Elder hears you, you'll be in deep trouble. When the bodiless celestials in the inner clan of the dragons mentioned Di-Chen's father, the Supreme Elder of the inner clan of the dragons, they fell silent. There were only 3 Supreme Elders in the inner clan of the dragons. Apart from the clan leader of the inner clan of the dragons, the 3 Supreme Elders were the most powerful people in the inner clan. The Supreme Elders had a lot of power in the inner clan. They could even execute 1 or 2 bodiless celestials in the inner clan of the dragons without reporting to the clan leader. Therefore, everyone became silent when they heard that Emperor Chen's father was one of the Supreme Elders of the 9 great sects. In the inner clan of the dragons, there was a large courtyard in a valley that was filled with birds chirping and flowers blooming. This was the residence of the 7-clawed divine dragon, Di-Chin. At this moment, in the spacious room at the back of the courtyard, there was a person sitting cross-legged on the bed. The other person was standing in front of the bed, looking at the former with a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was thinking. The person sitting in front of the bed was none other than Di-Chin. The person standing in front of the bed was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His eyebrows were 60 to 70% similar to Emperor Chen's. In fact, the outline of his face seemed to have been carved from the same mold as Emperor Chen's. If the other members of the inner clan of the dragons were here, they would recognize the middle-aged man immediately. The middle-aged man was none other than Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the inner clan of the dragons. He was also Di-Chen's father. Father, I can't help it. Suddenly, Di-Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. His face was pale as he looked at Di Huan, who was standing in front of the bed. He said unwillingly, "That obsession. I can't suppress it. Perhaps it's only when that Duan Lingtian is dead that my obsession can be removed." Di-Chen's voice was low when he reached the end of his sentence. His eyes gleamed coldly. Duan Lingtian. A hint of killing intent flashed in Di Huan's eyes when he heard Di-Chen's words. An aura swept out of his body, causing the furniture in the room to shake. "Father, kill him for me. I want him dead. I want him dead." Di-Chin growled as he looked at Di Huan. Apart from anticipation, there was only desire in his eyes. He would not be able to rest until Duan Lingtian was dead. His obsession would not be removed. Di Huan's eyes flickered a few times before he said hesitantly, "Chen, I know you can't wait to kill that Duan Lingtian." However, a few years ago, the Patriarch had already asked Elder and to investigate if Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Father really wants to kill him to vent the hatred in your heart. However, if I kill him, I'm afraid the Patriarch will. Di Huan did not finish his sentence, since he knew his son understood what he meant. "Father." Di-Chin cried out anxiously when he heard Di Huan's words. "Half a year. I only have half a year left. My bodiless celestial tribulation will arrive in half a year. At that time, if my obsession is still there, I'll definitely die. I'll definitely die. Don't tell me. Father, are you going to watch as I perish from the bodiless celestial tribulation because of my obsession? Di Chen's expression was filled with reluctance. However, a hint of hope flashed in his eyes as he continued to say, "The Patriarch has already confirmed that Duan Lingtian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior. As for the Patriarch, he hasn't confirmed whether Duan Lingtian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior or not. Regardless of whether he's a 9-clawed dragon warrior or not, as long as you kill him and destroy his corpse, the Patriarch won't do anything to you, even if he finds out you're the one who killed him. Moreover, it's perfectly justifiable for you to kill him. Even the Patriarch has no reason to stop you." Di Chen continued to say. Di Huan's eyes lit up when he heard Di Chen's words. They were like 2 bright stars in the night sky. They shone brightly, indeed. His son was right. Currently, their Patriarch was still unsure if Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior or not. If he killed Duan Lingtian and destroyed his corpse, the dragons would not be able to do anything to him even if they found out. Moreover, he had a good reason to kill Duan Lingtian for his son. Those involved are often confused. Di Huan thought to himself. At this moment, Di Huan realized the reason he was hesitant was because of the Patriarch's imposing aura that constantly affected him. Although he was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dragon Clan, and his strength was not inferior to the other 2 Supreme Elders, he was nothing compared to the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan. If the Patriarch wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. It was precisely because of this that he subconsciously did not dare to have any thoughts of going against the Patriarch. After all, if he were to kill Duan Lingtian, it could be considered as going against the will of the Patriarch to a certain extent. Chen, I'll leave the dragons and look for Duan Lingtian to avenge you," Di Huan said as he looked at Di Chen affectionately. "Father!" Di Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Although he was happy, he did not forget to remind his father, "Father, when Duan Lingtian defeated me, his strength is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I'm not sure if his true strength is comparable to a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial or not." When Di Chen reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned grave. "I've already thought of this," Di Huan said. "For this reason, I plan to ask your Uncle Zhou and Uncle Qin to accompany me to look for Duan Lingtian to avenge you. Unless Duan Lingtian is as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, he'll definitely die. Moreover, it's impossible for him to possess the strength of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang from back then. You should know that according to the records left behind by our ancestors, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was able to kill an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial and fight a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial because he accidentally entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and obtained a great fortuitous encounter." Di Huan finished speaking in one breath. "Uncle Qin." Di Chen's eyes lit up when he heard Di Huan's words. He knew Uncle Qin was not an ordinary person. Uncle Qin was even stronger than his father. He was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. "Duan Lingtian, I don't believe you won't die if an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial makes a move." Emperor Qin laughed like a madman for a while. His tone was full of joy. A month later, on a nameless, snow-capped mountain in the northern region, the temporary estate of the 7 Absolute sect welcomed back the successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, and Han Shunai, the successor of the Red Dust progeny. It was supposed to be a good day for Duan Lingtian to reunite with his old friends. However, Han Shunai brought back 2 pieces of bad news one after another. Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd Absolute. Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th Absolute. Chapter 2387. How could this be? How could this be? After the old prophet learned about the death of the current successors of the third absolute, the Kratos progeny, and the fourth absolute, the Dark Shadow progeny, from Han Xuan'ai, the old prophet's face turned pale. His eyes were lifeless, as though he had lost his soul. Ever since he set up the six absolutes, heaven, defying, fate-changing grand formation, he could no longer predict the fates of the successors of the six absolutes. However, it did not cross his mind. The current successors of the seven absolute sects, first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny and the Dark Shadow progeny, had died one after another when the current successors of the seven absolute sects, first absolute, the seven absolute sects, first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, and the seven absolute sects, seven absolute sect, were about to gather. In other words, the gathering of the seven absolutes had turned into a huge joke. Senior Uncle Tianji and Master, she's dead as well. When Han Xuan'ai spoke again, 2 streams of tears fell from her red eyes uncontrollably. The moment the tears appeared, it was like a broken dam that could not be stopped. What? Upon hearing Han Xuan'ai's words, the elder of heavenly secrets' body trembled. His previous absent-mindedness was swept away and he regained his senses. He looked sharply at Han Xuan'ai and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? How did your master die?" The oracle man could not accept the fact that Gu Li and Yu Wuing had died. However, Han Xuan'ai's words were like adding oil to the fire. It made the oracle man even more uncomfortable. Who did this? Don't tell me it's Zhuangzi Buddhism and the people from Heaven Divination sect. The oracle man continued to ask. His originally cloudy eyes were not only shining brightly, but they were also filled with anger. It was as though flames were burning in his eyes. I don't know, Han Xuan'ai said with a pained expression on her face before Master died. Apart from telling me that Gu Li and Yu Wuing had died, she also reminded me to be careful when I see Brother Ling Tian. It seems like the person who killed Master was looking for Brother Ling Tian. Because Master didn't cooperate, that person killed Master. Moreover, Master also said that the person who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing was the same person. Master didn't know who that person's identity. However, she could tell that the person was a bodiless celestial, a very powerful bodiless celestial. When Han Xuan'ai finished Yu Wu's Yu and Yu Wuing, Yu Huan Yu and Yu Yu Shua, accompanied by 2 simultaneous exclamations of surprise, 2 extremely beautiful women with graceful figures flew forward and helped Han Xuan'ai up from the left and right. These 2 women were none other than Ke and Feng Tianwu. Currently, not only were Ke and Feng Tianwu present, but even Duan Lingtian was present as well. From beginning to end, he had been quietly listening to Han Xuan'ai's words. Since he's a bodiless celestial, he should have nothing to do with Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. After hearing Han Xuan'ai's words, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and spoke in an extremely low tone. Whether it was Zhuangzi Buddhism or the Heaven Divination sect, he knew there were no bodiless celestials. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with rage as he said through gritted teeth, "Since they're here for me, it can only be them." Them. The oracle man was stunned. "Master, do you think it's the dragon's men?" Chen Yiru, who was standing at the side, could not help but speculate when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Who else could it be other than them? Duan Lingtian sneered as the flames of anger in his eyes burned even brighter. Gu Li was his senior brother, and he had a close relationship with him. However, Duan Lingtian had been killed. Moreover, it was highly likely that he had something to do with Gu Li's death. As for Yu Wuing and the previous successor of the 7 absolute sects, Red Dust progeny, who was also Han Xuan'ai's master, although they did not have much interaction with him, they were still members of the 7 absolute sect. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he was the cause of their deaths, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Dragons. Upon hearing Chen Yiru's words and Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Everyone present, including the oracle man, Ker, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and Nangong, widened their eyes in shock. Although not everyone knew the three great sects were supported by the dragons and the phoenixes, they knew that there were bodiless celestials among them. Among the dragons, there were bodiless celestials. Previously, Di Qin, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, had knelt and kowtowed to the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. However, Di Chen's appearance was undoubtedly a declaration to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There were bodiless celestials among the dragons. Moreover, Di Chen's threat to Duan Lingtian in the Zoroastrianism's estate had spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, the world learned that there were bodiless celestials among the dragons. There were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials among the dragons. You're saying the people who killed Xue Nai's master, Guli, and Yu Wuing are from the dragons? The people from the dragons did that because of Di Chen and wanted to look for you. However, the 3 of them refused to cooperate and were killed. Although the Oracle Man's cultivation base was nothing compared to the others, his experience was not something the others could compare to. It was easy for him to figure out many things from Duan Lingtian's words. I can't be completely sure, but I'm more than 90% sure that Emperor Qin is involved in the deaths of those 3 people. Duan Lingtian said coldly. The 3 of them were either killed by Di Qin or Di Chen's father. The latter is more likely. After all, that Emperor Qin won't dare to swagger out and look for me since he knows that he's no match for me. Although Duan Lingtian was merely making a guess, his words left no room for doubt. Big brother Ling Tian. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Shu and I looked at Duan Lingtian with a pained expression. Her eyes were filled with hope, as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw. You have to avenge my master. You have to avenge my master. At this moment, Han Xuanai was completely covered in tears. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel his heart ache when he saw this. Thinking back to when they first met, Han Xuanai was still a carefree young girl, but now he was suffering the pain of losing his parents. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Dragons, Duan Lingtian, will remember this. Duan Lingtian had made up his mind to avenge Gu Li and his 2 companions after they had died in the hands of the dragons. It was not only because he was friends with one of them, but it was also because he was the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, and the 3 of them were members of the 7 Absolute sect. As the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, naturally, he could not let his sect members die in vain. Even if the dragons were a tiger's den, he had to give it a try. Although he wanted to avenge Gu Li and his 2 companions, he could not wait to kill the dragons. However, he knew this was not the case. If he were to kill the dragons, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. Put aside Di Chen's father, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was no match for him. However, there was a possibility that there was an even more powerful existence in the dragon race apart from Emperor Chen's father. For example, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Junior Uncle Prophet. Duan Lingtian looked at the Oracle Man and said in a deep voice, I want to enter the Sword Saint secret zone now. Junior Uncle Prophet, please give me the key to open the Sword Saint secret zone. The Sword Saint secret zone was, without a doubt, his only chance to kill the dragons and avenge Gu Li and his 2 companions. Although he had comprehended the 5th stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the heart and sword amalgamation, and his strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was only comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was extremely difficult to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, there might be 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the dragons who were even stronger than 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. According to the Oracle Man, the Sword Saint secret zone was a secret zone. as long as he entered the Sword Saint secret zone and obtained the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, the founding ancestor of the Seven Absolute sect. There was a high chance he would be able to catch up to Senior Feng Qingyang's strength. In the past, Senior Feng Qingyang was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial. Senior Feng Qingyang doesn't know any assist-type divine abilities like the elementary devouring tactic. Even Junior Uncle Prophet didn't expect me to be as strong as a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial after comprehending the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. In other words, even if I'm weaker than Senior Feng Qingyang after obtaining the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang, I'll still be stronger than Senior Feng Qingyang if I use the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. At that time, it won't be impossible for me to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This was the thought that had appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind after he had spoken to the Oracle Man. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was eager to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. In his opinion, as long as his luck wasn't bad after he entered the Sword Saint secret zone, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat the Dragon Clan when he came out. Let's wait for another 3 months. If that girl doesn't return in 3 months, we won't wait for her anymore. At that time, I'll give you the key, and the few of you will enter the Sword Saint secret zone. The Oracle Man said after a moment of silence when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Chapter 2388. Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, has died. Yu Wu-ing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, has died. When these 2 pieces of news spread out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was in an uproar again. It was as though an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. Heavens! There are only 8 successors in the current generation of the 7 absolute sect, and 2 of them have died. Who did this? Aren't they afraid of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, seeking revenge? Could it be someone from the 3 great sects? It's possible. Since Zoroastrianism has bodiless celestials, it's impossible that the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect don't have any. Moreover, the dragons who are slightly weaker than the 3 great sects have 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. If the 3 great sects have 7 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger, they might not be afraid of Duan Lingtian. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, none of the people who spread such rumors were bodiless celestials. This was because only bodiless celestials knew that the 3 great sects of the 9 Dragons sect were extremely powerful. The 3 great sects were not a match for the dragons. Moreover, there were no bodiless celestials in the 3 great sections. As for the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, Li Bing, who had appeared in the Zoroastrianism previously, he was merely a bodiless celestial who had returned to the Zoroastrianism to flaunt his prowess. Unfortunately, Li Bing had failed and was killed by Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. This matter must have been done by someone from the Dragon Clan. A month ago, I heard that Duan Lingtian forced Di-Chin, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kneel and kowtow. I knew that Duan Lingtian and the entire 7 absolutes sect would be in trouble. Dragons are a race that values their dignity more than anything else. My thoughts back then were similar to yours. Now, the facts have undoubtedly verified our thoughts. The 7 absolute sect is truly unlucky. The 7 absolute sect has lost the successors of 3 absolutes and 4 absolutes in one go. This is truly a heavy blow. Right now, Duan Lingtian, the leader of the 7 absolute sect, must be mad with rage. So what if I'm mad? Unless he has the strength to suppress all the dragons. Otherwise, he can't do anything. Suppressing all the dragons is easier said than done. It's said that the clan leader of the dragons, inner clan, might still be alive. If he's still alive, I'm afraid nobody in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land would be a match for him, right? These were the opinions of the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. They knew much more than ordinary people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Heaven Divination Sect. The successors of the third and fourth absolutes of the seven absolute sect are all dead. Moreover, many people are suspecting that the Heaven Divination Sect is the culprit. Mo Xian, the great oracle of Heaven Divination Sect, was confused when he heard the rumors. After a moment of confusion, a wave of panic and fear washed over him. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, doesn't really think that someone from the Heaven Divination Sect killed his disciples, right? When Mo Xian thought of this, there was only fear in his heart. The Zhuangzi Buddhism Sect. Our Zhuangzi Buddhism sect is stronger than the dragons? 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, was so angry that he almost threw up blood when he heard the rumors. If there's a bodiless celestial in our Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, how could I not know about it? As for the dragons, I used to think that our Zhuangzi Buddhism sect is stronger than them. Now, even if they send out a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial to suppress our Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, our Zhuangzi Buddhism sect would have no choice but to admit defeat. Lang Qianjin was so angry that he almost threw up blood. He was speechless and felt wronged. However, Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, wouldn't be so foolish as to believe the rumors and think that someone from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect killed Guli and Yu Wing. Lang Qianjin could not help but feel anxious when he thought of this. Soon after, Mo Xian, the great oracle of Heaven Divination Sect, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, announced to the entire Tao Martial Saint Land in unison, "From today onward, the Heaven Divination Sect will no longer be enemies with the 7 Absolute Sect. People from the Heaven Divination Sect will have to take a detour when they encounter people from the 7 Absolute Sect. From today onward, the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect is willing to put aside the enmity between us and the 7 Absolute Sect. As long as the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, Duan Lingtian, says the word, the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect is willing to offer a large number of quasi-celestial grade saint stones as compensation." When the 2 great sects made such a statement, it was only natural that it shocked everyone in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Could it be that our previous speculation was wrong? The deaths of Guli and Yu Wu Ying have nothing to do with the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and the Heaven Divination sect? If it has nothing to do with the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and the Heaven Divination sect, could it be Zoroastrianism? It's impossible for Zoroastrianism sect to do that. Although the Zoroastrianism sect leader, Ganruyen, left the Zoroastrianism sect, Ganruyen still hasn't removed the rule of not being enemies with the 7 Absolute Sect. In other words, the deaths of Guli and Yu Wu Ying have nothing to do with Zoroastrianism? If that's the case, there's only one possibility left. Guli and Yu Wu Ying were killed by the dragons. As for the dragons' motive, it's most likely related to the incident where Di Qin, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, was humiliated by Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect. That should be the case. As the Heaven Divination Sect and the Zhuangzi Buddhism Sect made their statements, the attention of the people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land shifted to the dragons. If the deaths of the 2 successors of the 7 Absolute Sect had nothing to do with the 3 great sects, it could only mean that the dragons had something to do with it. Only the dragons had the motive to do that. They're not stupid. They actually suspected the dragons. The Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and the Heaven Divination sect have admitted defeat in front of the 7 Absolute Sect. If they still can't figure out that the dragons are the culprits, They're really stupid. Many bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land shared similar sentiments when they began to suspect the dragons for the deaths of the two successors of the Seven Absolute sect. In the eastern region, in the 100,000 mountains, the dragon's estate, in the inner clan. Father, how did things get out of hand? I'm afraid Lord Patriarch has already guessed that the deaths of the successors of the third and fourth absolutes of the Seven Absolutes sect have something to do with us. If he intervenes, how are we going to kill Duan Lingtian? Di Qin looked at his father worriedly. He was not worried that the Patriarch would come looking for trouble with his father over the deaths of the two successors of the Seven Absolute sect. No matter what, his father was the supreme elder of the dragon clan. His status was lofty. He was worried that the Patriarch would intervene when he found out they were going to kill Duan Lingtian. He would order them not to kill Duan Lingtian before he found out if Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If the Patriarch gave such an order, then no matter how bold the father and son duo were, they would not dare to act rashly against Duan Lingtian. If his father dared to disobey the Patriarch's order, the Patriarch would definitely be enraged. At that time, the Patriarch would most likely kill his father out of consideration for his own dignity. I didn't expect the two successors of the Seven Absolutes sect to be so stubborn. They would rather die than tell me where Duan Lingtian is. Even the previous successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, would rather die than submit. At this moment, even Di Chen's father, Di Huan, could not help but frown. He felt that things were getting out of hand. At the same time, he regretted killing the two successors of the Seven Absolute sect in a fit of anger. At that time, he had only wanted to find out where Duan Lingtian was. However, the two successors of the Seven Absolutes sect refused to obey him. Naturally, he had killed them out of anger. After all, in the eyes of a seven tribulation bodiless celestial like him, the two successors of the Seven Absolute sect were as insignificant as ants. He did not expect this matter to escalate to such an extent that it might even alert the Patriarch of the Dragons. While Di Huan was frowning, he seemed to have sensed something. He abruptly lifted his hand and took out a jade slip. At the same time, an invisible ray of light flew over from afar and merged into the jade strip. It caused the jade strip to flicker and emit a rich light. Soon after, the light gradually withdrew and disappeared. Crack! Di Huan immediately crushed the jade token in his hand. Almost at the same time as Di Huan crushed the jade slip, a voice resounded in the air and clearly entered their ears. Supreme Elder, the Patriarch of the Dragons, was killed by the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, with the heaven-defying art of cursing. Currently, the entire clan is in chaos. When Di Huan and Di Qin heard this, they were stunned for a moment. After a while, they regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically. How dare the Seven Absolute sect? How dare they kill the Patriarch of the Dragons? Isn't the Seven Absolutes sect afraid of being annihilated by the dragons? The Patriarch that Di Huan and Di Qin had mentioned earlier was naturally the Patriarch of the Outer Clan. The Patriarch of a foreign clan was only the spokesperson of the Dragon Clan. Since he was not even an eminent celestial, the Dragon Clan would not even mention him. Even the Patriarch of the Outer Clan would have to respectfully address the Patriarch of the Outer Clan. However, when the Patriarch of the Outer Clan was killed, the father and son were furious. Although the cultivation level of the leader of the foreign clan was nothing in the eyes of the Dragon Clan. However, he was the spokesperson of the entire Dragon Clan to the outside world. Chapter 2389. The Patriarch of the Dragons is dead. The Patriarch of the Dragons was killed by the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. In the past, the death of the patriarch of the dragons would not have caused much of a commotion. However, the current dragons were not the same as before. This was because the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land knew that the three sects were more powerful than the current dragons. This was because there were not only bodiless celestials among the dragons, but there were also the strongest bodiless celestials among the dragons. 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. The current 7 absolute sect was so powerful that even the 3 great sects had to bow down to them. However, the dragons were not afraid of the 7 absolutes sect at all. This could be seen from the fact that the dragons had killed 2 of the current successors of the 7 absolute sect. The people from the 7 absolute sect are too bold. That's the patriarch of the dragons. She actually killed him with a curse. That's not right. There are 7 tribulation bodiless celestials among the dragons. Their patriarch should be quite strong. How could he be killed by the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect? I think something is amiss as well. Is it possible that the patriarch of the dragons isn't a bodiless celestial? Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were shocked by the news of the patriarch of the dragons being killed. However, not long after they voiced their doubts, they found out the answer to their questions. The answer came from the dragons. The patriarch of the dragons is the patriarch of the outer clan. He's the representative of the dragons. His cultivation base is only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from the patriarch of the outer clan, there's also the patriarch of the inner clan. The patriarch of the inner clan is the strongest person among the dragons. He's so strong that even Di Chen's father, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, can't compare to him. When the news spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it caused an uproar in the upper province. There were actually 2 patriarchs among the dragons. The patriarch of the dragon clan was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could it be possible that the patriarch of the dragon clan was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Within the dragon clan, there was another clan leader. He was the inner clan leader. Does this mean the inner clan patriarch of the dragons is at least an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Heavens! The dragon clan actually had an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Apart from 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, 8 tribulation bodiless celestials were the strongest in the mundane realms. In the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were extremely rare. That's right. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial represents the glory of an era. Therefore, it's basically impossible for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to exist in our era. Although most people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land did not think there was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in this era, they were still shocked when they learned the inner clan patriarch of the dragons was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. While the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still shocked by the fact that there was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial among the dragons, another announcement was made among the dragons. Those who provide the whereabouts of the members of the 7 absolute sect to the dragons will be handsomely rewarded by the dragons. From today onward, the dragons will fight the 7 absolutes sect to the death. When the announcement made by the dragon clan spread out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it caused a huge commotion. The dragons are furious. At this moment, everyone realized the dragons were furious. The dragons were furious. The current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, had killed the outer clan patriarch of the dragons clan. It's understandable. Although the cultivation base of the outer clan patriarch of the dragons clan is nothing compared to the dragons, he's still the representative of the dragons. Killing him is equivalent to slapping the 7 absolute sect in the face. That's right. The death of the outer clan patriarch of the dragons clan is undoubtedly a humiliation to the dragons. This is the only way for the dragons to regain their dignity. Only by annihilating the seven absolute sect will the dragons be able to wash away their humiliation. The seven absolute sect is doomed. Many people sighed. They thought the seven absolutes sect was doomed. However, there were some people who did not think so. The seven absolute sect is doomed? I don't think so. Don't forget that the current sect leader of the seven absolute sect, Duan Lingtian, is not someone to be trifled with. That's right. Up until now, Duan Lingtian has only displayed strength comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. Who knows if he has unleashed his full strength or not? After all, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was only an eminent celestial. Duan Lingtian is the successor of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Although he's not as strong as Feng Qingyang, I'm afraid he's not too far off. I'm afraid there are only a handful of dragons who can defeat him. These people felt that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not as simple as it seemed when he defeated Di Qin, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon's clan, in the eastern region at the Dragon's residence in the 100,000 mountains. Father, Lord Patriarch has yet to come out of his closed-door cultivation. You've even announced that the dragons will fight to the death with the 7 absolute sect and spread the news to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Will the Patriarch blame you when he comes out of his closed-door cultivation? Di Qin asked worriedly as he looked at Di Huan. Don't worry. Di Huan smiled as he shook his head. Then his eyes narrowed as he said, even if the Patriarch comes out of his closed-door cultivation and learns about this, he won't let the 7 absolute sect go. Moreover, I've obtained Elder Shang's permission to issue this order. Lord Patriarch has said that as long as 2 of the 3 supreme elders agree, they can deal with the dragons while he's in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, I'm only acting according to Lord Patriarch's orders. A hint of cunning flashed in Di Huan's eyes when he finished speaking. You're wise, father. Di Chen's eyes lit up when he heard Di Huan's words. The worry on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. So, to a certain extent, we should thank the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect? If it weren't for her, the dragons wouldn't have to go against the 7 absolute sect. The smile on Di Chen's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. Indeed, we should thank that girl. However, that girl is capable of using the heaven-defying art of cursing to kill the Patriarch of the Dragons. She's not easy to deal with. After all, the Patriarch of the Dragons is not an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His comprehension of heaven and earth is close to reaching its limit. He's only a step away from triggering the Celestial Ascension tribulation. Di Huan nodded. So what? She's just a little girl who hasn't even become an eminent celestial. Di Chen said disdainfully, so what if she's an eminent celestial, let alone a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? She might not even be able to defeat an ordinary 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. There's only one successor of the Fog Rain progeny in the 7 absolute sect. When Di Chen reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but recall the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, Duan Lingtian. His eyes could not help but widen in rage. Flames of anger burned in the depths of his eyes. It was as though they were capable of incinerating everything. Duan Lingtian had humiliated him so much that he did not dare to leave his cultivation place. If he left now, the other members of the dragons would definitely look at him strangely. Earlier, when he had kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and begged for mercy, not only had he humiliated himself, but even the members of the dragons felt that he had humiliated the dragons. Previously, as the only son of Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, although he could not summon the wind and rain, there were not many dragons who dared to offend him. However, he had been reduced to a state where he did not even dare to leave his cultivation place. This is all because of Duan Lingtian. It's all because of him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Emperor Chen's eyes blazed with anger. The obsession in his heart had become increasingly intense. He couldn't let go of it. At this moment, Di Huan's expression changed when he noticed Di Chen's strange behavior. When he was certain Di Chen's obsession had grown so strong that it was almost impossible for him to let go, his eyes burned with hatred. There are only 3 months left. Er's bodiless celestial tribulation will come in 3 months. I must find Duan Lingtian and kill him in front of within these 3 months. Otherwise, Er's bodiless celestial tribulation is going to be a disaster. With this thought in mind, Di Huan left the dragons without saying goodbye to Di Qin. He could feel the urgency of the situation. After 2 months, Duan Lingtian and the others finally welcomed the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect. This was also Duan Lingtian's first time meeting the successor of the prophet progeny. The successor of the prophet progeny was a woman dressed in white. She had an extraordinary aura. As soon as she appeared, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. Her waist-length hair cascaded down her back, like a waterfall cascading down 9 straight waterfalls. Although her face was covered by a white veil, it seemed as though her face was covered by a white veil. However, looking at the other half of her face that was flawless and seemed to have been carefully sculpted, it was not difficult to imagine that under the white veil, she was definitely not inferior to Kuer and Tian Wu's peerless beauty. She stood there and did not move deliberately, but she was like an ice goddess. She invisibly emitted waves of cold aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to seem to drop a few degrees. "Master, I'm back." The moment the white-clothed lady with a veil appeared, she looked at Elder Tianji and spoke in an ethereal and cold voice. Chapter 2390. It's good that you're back. A smile appeared on the oracle man's face when he saw his direct disciple had returned safely. He sighed in relief inwardly. He had learned about what his direct disciple had done in the dragons. While the actions of his personal disciple were indeed satisfying, he was also well aware of how dangerous it was after all. The dragons were one of the 2 most powerful clans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, he was overjoyed when he saw his direct disciple had returned safely. The old prophet was about to introduce Duan Lingtian, the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, to his direct disciple when he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian, the current sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. Duan Lingtian, Mui-E, the oracle man's direct disciple and the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, looked at Duan Lingtian intently. She had called out Duan Lingtian's name. It was obvious she had recognized him. What's going on? However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Mu-Yi's greeting since he was not paying attention to her at all. When Mu-Yi had first appeared, he had sensed a familiar aura from her. Even though this aura was very faint, he could still clearly sense it. However, he could not recall where he had come into contact with this aura. Apart from her own aura, there seemed to be 8 other auras on the successor of the prophet progeny. Including the aura I've come into contact with, there are 9 different auras on her. As an eminent celestial, although Duan Lingtian's soul was not as strong as a bodiless celestial, it was much stronger than the successor of the prophet progeny. Therefore, he extended his divine consciousness and easily sensed the 10 auras on the successor of the prophet progeny. Among the 10 auras, the other 9 auras were intertwined with the strongest aura. It was the successor of the prophet progeny's aura. The condition of her body should be related to the cultivation method she cultivates, Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Brother Lingtian, senior sister Yi is greeting you. Han Shu and I walked up to Duan Lingtian and tugged on his sleeve. she reminded Duan Lingtian. When she looked at the successor of the prophet progeny, Mu-yi, a hint of admiration could be seen in her eyes. It was as though she regarded Mu-yi as her idol. With Han Xuanai's reminder, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Mu-yi and said, "I'm sorry, junior sister Yi. I sensed a familiar aura on you." Before Mu-yi had returned, Duan Lingtian had heard the oracle man mention her more than once. He knew she was a rare heaven-defying Tao cultivator in the prophet progeny. She was so powerful that she was second only to him among the successors of the 7 absolute sects, 7 absolutes. Apart from that, he had also heard about how Mu-yi had cursed the patriarch of the dragons to death. For this reason, he had a good impression of Mu-yi before he met her. "Then, do you remember where you came into contact with that aura?" Mu-yi was not displeased by Duan Lingtian's rudeness. Instead, she asked this question. Her question confused Duan Lingtian. Where did he come into contact with that aura? Gasp! Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and started to recall carefully. After recalling for a while, he really recalled it. Clarity City, Chiu Muqing. Clarity City was a city at the edge of the western region. Chiu Muqing was the young miss of the Chiu clan in Clarity City. Previously, before he went to Sin City in the central region, he had stayed in Clarity City for a few days. During those few days, he had gotten to know Chiu Muqing and helped her solve some problems. When Duan Lingtian left Clarity City, he discovered Chiu Muqing seemed to have feelings for him. However, in his eyes, Chiu Muqing was only a passerby in his life. Perhaps he would not have the chance to meet her again. He did not expect he would sense Chiu Muqing's aura on Mu-yi, the successor of the prophet progeny. Moreover, it reminded him of what had happened in Clarity City. "I've come into contact with that aura on a woman before. Her name is Chiu Muqing, and she's from a city called Clarity City at the edge of the western region." Duan Lingtian replied when he saw Mu-yi's serious expression. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he discovered Mu-yi's expression had changed. A hint of relief could be seen in Mu-yi's eyes. This made him even more puzzled. Why would there be such a change in Mu-yi's expression? "She'll be very happy if she knows you still remember her." Mu-yi sighed. Mu-yi sighed faintly as she opened her mouth once again. Soon after, the invisible icy aura from her body was withdrawn. "What do you mean?" Upon hearing Mu-yi's words, Duan Lingtian could tell something was amiss. He asked solemnly, What happened to her?" Although Chiu Muqing was only a passerby in his life, Duan Lingtian did not know her well. However, after spending a few days with Chiu Muqing, to a certain extent, he had considered her a friend. For this reason, he could not help but feel worried when he heard Mu-yi sighing when she mentioned Chiu Muqing. He knew something must have happened to Chiu Muqing. Chiu Muqing and the people around her were persecuted by a pervert on their way to Zoroastrianism. Mu-yi said slowly, "Especially her when she died, so much so that after her death, the scattered remnants of her soul were completely infected by the evil aura and gathered together once again, lingering for 3 days and 3 nights without dispersing." Mu-yi said slowly. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Mu-yi's words. "Who did it? Do you know who did it?" Duan Lingtian's voice was low and hoarse when he spoke again. "A young man," Mu-yi sighed. A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard Mu-yi's words. A cold aura surged out of his body. It was even colder than Mu-yi's. "That person is stronger than you?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Mu-yi and withdrew the cold aura he was emitting. Duan Lingtian, naturally, thought Mu-yi was present when Chiu Muqing was killed. She might have even watched as Chiu Muqing was killed. He was certain Mu-yi did not help Chiu Muqing because that person was stronger than Mu-yi. Otherwise, Mu-yi would not have helped Chiu Muqing. In his opinion, Since Mu-Yi was chosen by the Oracle Man to be his successor, she would not leave Chiu Mu-Ching in the lurch. I only learned about this after I absorbed Chiu Mu-Ching's soul fragment that was on the verge of dissipating after 3 days and 3 nights. I also saw some of her fragmented memories. Mu-Yi sighed. Absorb soul fragments. Duan Lingtian frowned. That's a necessary process for a successor of the prophet progeny to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, the Oracle Man explained to Duan Lingtian. To become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, apart from the requirement of innate talent, the successor of the prophet progeny has to find and absorb 9 ruthless soul fragments. That's the only way one can master the heaven-defying art of cursing and become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. After the elder of Tianji explained everything in one breath, he added, "Of course, the owners of those violent remnant souls cannot be harmed by the successor of Tianji when they were alive, because if their owners were harmed by the successor of Tianji, they would subconsciously resist the successor of Tianji absorbing them." I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood after listening to the Oracle Man's explanation. Earlier, when he'd just found out about the existence of heaven-defying Tao cultivators, he'd been surprised by the heaven-defying curse that they possessed. It was simply a heaven-defying ability to kill, and it caused others to feel horrified just from hearing about it. At that time, he had wondered how such a heaven-defying technique could exist in this world. He did not expect it would be so difficult to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Apart from the requirement of innate talent, one had to find 9 ruthless soul fragments and absorb them. Do you remember what that person looked like? Duan Lingtian looked at Mu-Yi again. His eyes were burning with rage, as though they were on fire. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Mu-Yi raised her hand and took out a portrait. This is the portrait I drew when I saw her memories. All these years, I've been looking for this person, but I haven't been able to find any clues. The owners of the 9 ruthless soul fragments that Mu-Yi had absorbed had all been persecuted by someone. She had killed the person who had caused the deaths of 8 of them. The only person she had not been able to find was the person who had persecuted Chiu Mu-Ching. Duan Lingtian looked at the portrait in Mu-Yi's hand. The portrait depicted a young man with a medium build and a devilish expression. It's him. While Duan Lingtian was studying the young man in the portrait with a frown on his face, a cry of surprise rang in his ears again. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, turned to look at the person who had exclaimed in surprise. This person was none other than Chen Yiru, the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial standing behind Duan Lingtian. Sandao, you know him. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Chen Yiru. His voice was tinged with excitement. When Duan Lingtian heard Mu-Yi had not been able to find any clues about the person in the portrait, he had thought it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 2391. Yes, Master. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Chen Yiru did not dare to be negligent. Who's he? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his eyes flashed coldly. His name is Ding Yijian. He's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial like me. Chen Yiru said, that person's biggest hobby is women. As long as he sees a beautiful woman, he will want to possess her. 30 years ago, I couldn't stand his behavior, so I fought with him. After exchanging a few blows, there is no clear victor. They are evenly matched. So he's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Mu-Yi finally understood Chen Yiru's words. No wonder I couldn't find anything about him. She finally understood why she could not find anything about the person who killed Chiu Mu-Ching even with the help of the 7 Absolute Sects Red Dust Progenies Information Network. As it turned out, the culprit was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was only natural that she could not find anything about a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial with the help of the Red Dust Progenies Information Network. After all, the Red Dust Progenies Information Network did not extend to the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. For tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he asked, "Do you know where he usually stays?" "Based on my calculations, it's less than 100 years until the next bodiless celestial tribulation. If there's no accident, he should be in his cultivation place waiting for the next bodiless celestial tribulation," Chen Yiru said, "and his place of cultivation is in the northern region. Take me there." Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Ding Yijian cultivated in the northern region. After all, he had heard from Chen Yiru that most of the reclusive powerhouses, including bodiless celestials, lived in seclusion in the northern region. Even Nia Wu Tian, the powerhouse ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking, had lived in seclusion in the northern region before he ascended. "Yes, Master," Chen Yiru replied respectfully. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the Oracle Man and said, "Junior Uncle Prophet, I'd like to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone after I avenge my friend." Duan Lingtian had made an agreement with the Oracle Man. As long as Mu Yi, the direct disciple of the old prophet and the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, returned, she would be able to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. However, it seemed like they had no choice but to postpone their plan. Duan Ling, the old prophet, could understand Duan Lingtian's feelings, so he nodded in agreement. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Ku, Feng Tianwu, and the others before he led Chen Yiru away from the snow-capped mountain. They made their way north to the glaciers in the northern region. The northern region was covered in snow all year round. In the north of the northern region, the entire land had turned into a glacier. Looking from afar, it was crystal clear. It set off the snow that was falling from the sky, forming a perfect world of ice and snow. There are quite a lot of people. Under Chen Yiru's guidance, Duan Lingtian saw many people as they made their way north. However, most of them were only at the Saint Celestial stage. Up until now, I've found more than a dozen people at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. It's a good thing they haven't appeared yet. Otherwise, the Supreme Saint ranking would have changed again. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was also aware that ever since bodiless celestials were exposed, the Supreme Saint ranking had lost its authority in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. There were fewer and fewer people who talked about it. Even when people talked about it, they would criticize it or suggest it was a ranking of the bodiless celestials in the Tao Martial Saint Land. "Master, this is one of the places where bodiless celestials gather in the northern region." It did not take long before Chen Yiru's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He immediately regained his senses and looked ahead. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw many spacious mansions in the middle of the ice and snow. Above these mansions, there seemed to be a layer of transparent light barrier that completely blocked out the snow that was falling from the sky. "Ding Yijian's cultivation place is here." Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Chen Yiru's voice again. He swept his gaze across the mansions in front of him. "Where's his cultivation place?" "It's here," Chen Yiru said to Duan Lingtian as he hovered above a spacious mansion. He looked down at the mansion below him. "See if he's here," Duan Lingtian said with a glint in his eyes. Currently, his divine consciousness was only at the level of an eminent celestial. It was impossible for him to probe a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. He might be able to detect Ding Yijian's presence, but if Ding Yijian attacked him with his divine consciousness, his soul would definitely be injured. For this reason, Duan Lingtian asked Chen Yiru to do it for him. "Yes." Chen Yiru replied respectfully as he extended his divine consciousness to check if Ding Yijian, the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, was in the mansion. Elementary devouring tactic, While Chen Yiru was probing Ding Yijian's cultivation place with his divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and recklessly devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely devoured by Duan Lingtian. What's going on? Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly disappear? What's going on? Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly become so thin? Damn it! What's going on? With Duan Lingtian as the center, the secluded powerhouses who were cultivating in the surroundings, including the place where the bodiless celestials were gathered, were all interrupted. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly disappeared and even became extremely thin. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to them who were cultivating. At the same time, they were puzzled. Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly disappear? Just as the group of hermit experts were interrupted, Chen Yiru's consciousness, which had enveloped the mansion beneath his feet, also received a response. Master, Ding Yijian is in his cultivation place. At the same time, Chen Yiru greeted Duan Lingtian. Chen Yiru, a figure shot out of the mansion and shot up into the sky like a rocket. In just a blink of an eye, the figure appeared near Duan Lingtian and Chen Yiru. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when the figure in front of him completely revealed himself. Killing intent began to brew in his eyes, as though it was about to burst out at any moment. This was because the person who had appeared before him was none other than the young man in the portrait he had taken out. He was the one who had killed Qiu Muqing. The expression of the four tribulation bodiless celestial, Ding Yijian, changed drastically when he saw Chen Yiru standing behind the purple-clad young man who had used his divine consciousness to probe him earlier. This was because he had already guessed the purple-clad young man's identity. Currently, it was no longer a secret that Chen Yiru, a four tribulation bodiless celestial, had acknowledged a powerful master. Even Duan Lingtian had heard about it a long time ago. Chen Yiru's master was Duan Lingtian, the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. Duan Lingtian's name had spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land due to the incident where he had forced Di Qin, a five tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kowtow and beg for mercy. Rumor had it that Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a six tribulation bodiless celestial. That was how he had forced Di Qin to kowtow and beg for mercy. Sect leader Duan? For this reason, when Ding Yijian guessed the purple-clad young man's identity in front of Chen Yiru, the anger he felt towards Chen Yiru disappeared completely. Only anxiety and uneasiness remained. What a joke! Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, had strength comparable to a six tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people even said that Duan Lingtian's strength was not just comparable to a six tribulation bodiless celestial. Even Di Qin, a five tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, was forced to kowtow and beg for mercy by Duan Lingtian, let alone a mere four tribulation bodiless celestial like him. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian is here to avenge Chen Yiru because of the conflict I had with him 30 years ago? In fact, even if Duan Lingtian ignored Ding Yijian's question, Ding Yijian had more or less confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. Due to this reason, his heart was filled with anxiety. Sect leader, Duan. When Ding Yijian saw Duan Lingtian looking at him coldly and ignoring him, he could not help but say, "Back then, Chen Yiru and I only had a small conflict. I'm willing to apologize to him and promise to avoid him the next time I see him." At this moment, Ding Yijian lowered his pride as a four tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, all of this was due to Duan Lingtian's strength that had completely shocked him. It's Chen Ru. At the same time, many bodiless celestials who had left their places of cultivation because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air noticed Chen Ru, who was standing opposite Ding Yijian. Most of the bodiless celestials recognized Chen Ru, since he had cultivated here for a period of time. Chen Ru is back. Is the purple-clad young man standing in front of Chen Ru Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect? When the bodiless celestials recognized Chen Ru, they saw him standing respectfully in front of a purple-clad young man. Chapter 2392. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, was the most popular person in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whether it was ordinary celestials or bodiless celestials, people were talking about him every day. For this reason, it was not difficult for the bodiless celestials to recognize Duan Lingtian after they recognized Chen Ru. Why is Duan Lingtian here? Based on his actions, it seems like he came with Chen Ru to look for Ding Yijian. As soon as he arrived, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings became thinner. Could the change in the heaven and earth spirit energy have something to do with him? I don't know. A group of bodiless celestials stood in the distance and discussed among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian. However, they did not dare to approach Duan Lingtian. Among them, the strongest person was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, they did not dare to act recklessly in front of Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was someone who could even force Di Qin, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kneel and kowtow as he begged for mercy. The few 5 tribulation bodiless celestials among them knew they would not stand a chance against Di Qin, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons. Therefore, they could only keep a low profile in front of Di Qin. How could they, who were inferior to Di Qin, dare to act recklessly in front of Duan Lingtian? Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly under the watchful eyes of the others. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's killing intent surged out of his body. It was as though he had transformed into a peerless god of slaughter. His imposing aura was enough to pressure the bodiless celestials present on the scene. Bang! Duan Lingtian took a step forward and stomped his foot on the void. The void immediately cracked open, and dense crisscrossing cracks spread out like a spider web in the sky. When Duan Lingtian stepped forward, Ding Yijian was so shocked that his heart sank. Immediately, he lowered his head towards Duan Lingtian in shock and fear. Other than fear on his face, there was only reverence. Right now, Ding Yijian only had one thought in his mind. He hoped that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, would overlook the conflict between him and Chen Ru in the past. Moreover, he and Chen Ru didn't suffer any losses in the conflict back then. In his opinion, it was a small matter. Since he had admitted defeat, Duan Lingtian, as the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, would not do anything to him. However, Ding Yijian would never have thought that he would be so lucky. Duan Lingtian did not come to avenge Chen Ru. Instead, he came to avenge one of the women he had killed. Perhaps Duan Lingtian had forgotten that he had once humiliated a woman named Qiu Muqing. However, Duan Lingtian was here for that woman. Bastard! As Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and saint origin surged out of his body, his eyes turned colder as he looked at Ding Yijian. Ding Yijian felt as though he was in a world of ice and snow. Although it was true that he was in a world of ice and snow, his cultivation base was not affected. However, with his cultivation base, he did not feel cold at all in this world of ice and snow. However, the coldness that came from Duan Lingtian caused his heart to feel as though it had stiffened. Swoosh! The sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air. It was like the blooming of a cactus. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a solidified sword ray shot out from his palm. As soon as the sword ray left Duan Lingtian's palm, it moved so fast that Ding Yijin did not even have time to react to it. It tore through the air like a flash of light. Before Ding Yijin could react, the sword ray was already inches away from him. No. When Ding Yijin finally regained his senses, the sword ray that came from Duan Lingtian had already reached the space between his eyebrows. Ding Yijin only had time to cry out in his heart. In the next moment, spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as Ding Yijin's glabella was pierced and his soul was crushed. Although Ding Yijin was a bodiless celestial and his body was different from ordinary humans, his glabella was connected to his soul. Once it was pierced, his soul would be crushed as well. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian swung his sword, not only did it crush Ding Yijin's soul, but it also unleashed a wave of destructive energy that destroyed Ding Yijin's soul without leaving a trace behind. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Ding Yijin to survive. Crack! 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 After his soul was obliterated, Ding Yijin's body was like the moon in the water. Once it was shattered, it perished between heaven and earth, leaving no trace of its existence. The entire place fell silent immediately. Among the bodiless celestials present on the scene, only the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials had seen Duan Lingtian's sword ray clearly. It seemed as though the sword ray had come from outer space and could destroy everything. So this is the sword-wielding art, the 3rd stage of the Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were shocked. Even if they did not die from Duan Lingtian's sword ray, they would be severely injured. If Duan Lingtian had attacked a few more times, they would not have been able to withstand it. It said that when Duan Lingtian forced Di Qin, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons, to kneel and beg for mercy, he had even used the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the body and sword fusion. At that time, his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Now his strength is comparable to a peak 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Duan Lingtian had only used the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene knew they were not a match for him, let alone the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. After killing Ding Yijin, the killing intent that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body vanished, without a trace. The sharp aura on his body had completely vanished as well. "You can rest in peace," Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked in the southwest direction. Qiu Muqing had died in the western region in that direction. It seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. At this moment, the bodiless celestials present on the scene realized things were not as simple as they had thought. Initially, they had thought Duan Lingtian had stood up for Chen Yiru because of the conflict between Chen Yiru and Ding Yijin. However, Chen Yiru did not suffer any losses in that matter. Logically speaking, Ding Yijin should have just admitted defeat. However, Duan Lingtian's shout of "bastard," coupled with his lightning-fast attack, made them realize that things were not as simple as they seemed. Could it be, as bodiless celestials who cultivated in the same place as the bodiless celestials, they knew what kind of person Ding Yijin was? Therefore, they could vaguely guess what was going on. Let's return. At the same time, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Chen Yiru before the 2 of them left. They disappeared from the bodiless celestial sight in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian and Chen Yiru left, they did not head south of the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary base. Instead, they headed east. Duan Lingtian only brought Chen Yiru to the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate in the southwest direction when he was certain they were out of sight and no one was tailing them. The reason Duan Lingtian did this was because he did not want to reveal where he was currently staying. After all, He and the entire Seven Absolute sect had become a thorn in the side of the dragons. Since he was about to enter the Sword Saint secret zone, he did not want any unforeseen circumstances to arise before he entered the Sword Saint secret zone. As they made their way to the Sword Saint secret zone, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down and focused on the Sword Saint secret zone. According to Senior Uncle Prophet, the other people who possess the keys to the Sword Saint secret zone have already used their keys. They're only missing the key in Senior Uncle Prophet's hand to open the Sword Saint secret zone. But I don't know who has the other keys. I wonder if there are any members of the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, or the Devil Clan among those people. Apart from Duan Lingtian, even the old prophet had no clue who the owners of the other keys were. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect that the Sword Saint secret zone would not be able to open the Sword Saint secret zone. In fact, the Sword Saint secret zone was not created and left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It was a Beyond Heaven's secret zone that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had entered in the past by chance. At that time, Duan Lingtian had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials with his cultivation base as an eminent celestial. Due to the long history of the Seven Absolute sect, the Oracle Man thought that the Sword Saint secret zone was a secret zone. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had personally created and left behind the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Little did they know that the secret land was not created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It was just a secret land that Feng Qingyang had entered before. At that time, Feng Qingyang had used some tricks to obtain one of the keys to open the secret land. He had kept it until now. He had left the key for the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. At this moment, that successor had appeared. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone was not created and left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He was also unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone was a secret zone. The Beyond Heaven secret zone that Duan Lingtian was about to enter was also the secret zone that Feng Qingyang had entered in the past. Each key was located in a different mundane realm. In other words, there was only one key in the mundane realm that Duan Lingtian was in. The second, third, and fourth keys were all in other mundane realms. Duan Lingtian was even more unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone was a secret zone. One of the keys was located in the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian's hometown, Earth, was located. Chapter 2393. The name of the Sword Saint secret zone was given to it by the members of the Seven Absolute sect later on. It was not given by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. In short, the Sword Saint secret zone was the Beyond Heaven secret zone that Feng Qingyang had entered and obtained great fortuitous encounters. Everything in the secret zone had nothing to do with Feng Qingyang. It was not something Feng Qingyang could control. Whether Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain fortuitous encounters or dangers in the secret zone was not something Feng Qingyang could control. The only thing Feng Qingyang could provide was the key to the secret zone. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, he and the other members of the Seven Absolute sect thought the Sword Saint secret zone was created by Feng Qingyang and contained the legacy and other treasures left behind by Feng Qingyang. At the gathering place of the bodiless celestials that Duan Lingtian and Chen Yiru had just left, whoosh! Before the gathered loose immortals could disperse, a gust of wind blew and a person appeared out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man who emitted an oppressive aura. Lord Di Huan! As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial stepped forward and bowed respectfully at him. Lord Di Huan! At this moment, the other bodiless celestials shifted their attention to the middle-aged man. This is Lord Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who bowed respectfully said to the other bodiless celestials. Lord Di Huan? A commotion broke out among the bodiless celestials when they heard the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. Perhaps they had not seen Di Huan before. However, they knew he was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, the supreme elder of the dragons. Di Qin, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons who was forced to kneel and beg for mercy by Duan Lingtian, was Di Huan's son. Greetings, Lord Di Huan. Greetings, Lord Di Huan. The group of bodiless celestials bowed respectfully at Di Huan when they learned the middle-aged man was Di Huan. It was not because he was a supreme elder of the dragons, but because he was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Di Huan ignored the greetings of the bodiless celestials. He looked at the 5 tribulation bodiless immortal who bowed to him first and asked hastily, "Didn't you say Duan Lingtian is here? Where is he?" Di Huan's tone was unfriendly as he asked the question. Di Huan had come here after receiving the message from the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, he could not find any trace of Duan Lingtian, even though his divine consciousness had covered a large area. He felt as though he had been deceived. Lord Di Huan, Duan Lingtian went east. I'm not as strong as him, so I didn't dare to follow him, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial replied. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was afraid Di Huan would misunderstand his words, so he added, Duan Lingtian was indeed here earlier and headed east. Everyone here can attest to this. I wouldn't dare to deceive you, Lord Di Huan. Very good. If I manage to catch up to him, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Di Huan's eyes flashed as he said this. Then he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared before the group of bodiless celestials. How fast! So this is the speed of a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The group of bodiless celestials present on the scene were shocked when they saw Di Huan vanishing before their eyes. Although they were bodiless celestials, it was rare for them to encounter a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the circle of bodiless celestials, there were very few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Most bodiless celestials regarded them highly as well. When bodiless celestials saw a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial or above, they would feel like they were on a pilgrimage to a god. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had made the right choice by taking a detour back to the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate. Otherwise, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, would have caught up to them as soon as they left. Currently, even if Duan Lingtian used all his techniques, his strength was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He could not be compared to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial like Di Huan. If he were to face Di Huan head-on, he would be reduced to a fish on the chopping board, completely at Di Huan's mercy. At the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate on a nameless, snow-capped mountain. Junior Uncle Prophet, I've dealt with my matter. If there's no problem with the others, we can enter the Sword Saint's secret zone now. As soon as Duan Lingtian returned, he could not wait to look for the Oracle Man. He was eager to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. The others that Duan Lingtian mentioned were, naturally, the successors of the other absolutes of the 7 Absolute sect. Currently, the successors of the 3rd Absolute, the Kratos progeny, and the 4th Absolute, the Dark Shadow progeny, had died in the hands of the people from the dragons. There were only 6 successors left in the 7 Absolute sect. They were Duan Lingtian, Mui Yi, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, Nangong Chen, and Nangong Yi. All right. The old prophet could sense Duan Lingtian's eagerness to enter the Sword Saint secret zone as soon as possible. After replying to Duan Lingtian, he went to look for the successors of the various absolutes. About 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian received a message from the Oracle Man to depart immediately and look for a secluded place to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Soon after, The group left the nameless snowy peak and headed northeast. Apart from Duan Lingtian and the successors of the Absolutes, there were also the Oracle Man, Ker, Qinghua, and Gan Ruyan. However, only Duan Lingtian and the successors of the Absolutes were allowed to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. Senior Prophet. On the way, Gan Ruyan looked at the Oracle Man and asked eagerly, "Can I enter the Sword Saint's secret zone?" Only the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect can decide who can enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. The Oracle Man glanced at Duan Lingtian and said, "Gan Ruyan," immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. "No." Before Gan Ruyan could say anything, Duan Lingtian rejected her. According to the warning passed down in the Seven Absolute sect, those below the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage shouldn't enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. According to Senior Feng Qingyang's warning, those below the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage will most likely die if they enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was obvious he was trying to push Gan Ruyan away. Although Gan Ruyan's cultivation speed was fast and her cultivation base had improved, she had only just broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Gan Ruyan was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Disappointment was written all over her face. However, she did not say anything else. Now that Duan Lingtian had told her about the warning that had been passed down in the Seven Absolute sect for generations, she did not dare to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone even if he did. Those below the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage would most likely die if they entered the Sword Saint's secret zone. Although she wanted to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone to search for fortuitous encounters, she dismissed the thought when she thought about how she would most likely die if she entered the Sword Saint's secret zone. Compared to his life, those so-called fortuitous encounters were not worth mentioning at all. After all, her life was the most important thing. If she lost her life, she would lose everything. "Master, can I enter?" Chen Yiru asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an eager expression on his face. Junior Uncle Prophet said there's an age limit for those who can enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. Only those below the age of 100 can enter. Duan Lingtian said, "When the Sword Saint's secret zone opens, try to see if you can enter. If you can enter as well. Who knows, you might be able to obtain some fortuitous encounters as well." Duan Lingtian had never been a stingy person. Although Chen Yiru had not been with him for a long time, he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, so he did not doubt Chen Yiru's loyalty. If Chen Yiru could enter the Sword Saint's secret zone, Duan Lingtian would definitely allow him to enter. "Thank you, Master." Chen Yiru thanked Duan Lingtian. His eyes lit up as though he had seen a ray of hope. He was relieved when he heard his master's words. It would be good if he could enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. However, there was nothing he could do if he could not enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. After all, he could not change his age just because he wanted to. "Let's go here." As they traveled all the way towards the northeast, Duan Lingtian took a fancy to an ice mountain valley in the end. Based on the ice that formed the iceberg valley, one could tell it had been frozen for a long time. This ice had existed for quite some time. It was at least 1,000 years old, or even 10,000 years old. Moreover, the iceberg valley was surrounded by a thick white mist. From afar, it looked no different from snow falling from the sky. If an ordinary passerby didn't use their divine sense to investigate, they wouldn't be able to discover the location of this valley at all. "This place is not bad." The Oracle Man looked around and nodded. He felt that Duan Lingtian had chosen a good place. The others did not have any objections as well. After they entered the iceberg valley, Duan Lingtian and the others' figures were concealed by the white mist. From the outside, it was impossible to tell they were in the valley. This box contains the key to the Sword Saint secret zone that has been passed down for generations in the Seven Absolute sect. When they arrived at the Ice Mountain Valley, the old prophet raised his hand and took out a black box before he passed it to Duan Ling Tian. There's a restriction formation on the box. It said that it was left behind by Patriarch Feng Qingyang. It said that only the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, can open it. As for how to open it, I'm not sure. You can try. Chapter 2394. This box. After taking the box from the oracle man, Duan Lingtian discovered it was heavy. He did not know what material it was made of. Even when he passed the box to Chen Yiru and asked him to open it with his strength as a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, it did not budge. Let alone opening it, there were no signs of it being opened at all. Master, there's nothing I can do. In the end, Chen Yiru handed the box back to Duan Lingtian helplessly. When the box returned to Duan Lingtian's hand, the cracks in the void in front of him began to close. This was the result of him using his full strength just now. His power had shattered the space and left behind cracks in the void. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Duan Lingtian took the box, he immediately cast his assist-type divine ability to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to strengthen the energy in his body. Not only that, but he also cast the sword-wielding art that was given to him by the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Whoosh! The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as Duan Lingtian shot out a ray of sword qi from his palm toward the box. Qi! 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 In just a blink of an eye, cracks appeared in the void in the wake of the sword qi. Moreover, the cracks were so large that it would take at least 15 minutes for them to close up. Duan Lingtian thought the box would not budge even if he cast an attack comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, since Chen Yiru had attacked with all his strength. However, to his surprise, the sword qi that shot out of the box was not something he had expected. When the sharp sword light from his palm came into contact with the closed part of the box, it instantly melted away. The white sword aura turned into a white liquid at this moment, swirling around the closed part of the box. Crack! In the next moment, along with a soft sound, the box in Duan Lingtian's hand opened. Seeing the scene, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then he came back to his senses and faintly realized what was going on. It seems like the formation on the box is closely related to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword that Senior Feng Qingyang left behind. I used the technique bestowed upon me by the Supreme Sword Dao mantra, the Sovereign Heart Sword. When I touched this box, I didn't even need to expend much effort to open it. At this time, no matter how slow Duan Lingtian's reaction was, he still reacted in time. Master, that sword strike of yours is only comparable to the attack of a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, right? How did you open the box so easily? Chen Yiru asked in disbelief. The others also looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. They didn't understand what was going on either. Although Duan Lingtian's attack was stronger than Chen Yiru's, it was not much stronger. However, the difference between the two attacks was like heaven and earth. It's because of the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, the Supreme Sword Dao mantra, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Earlier, I used the technique bestowed upon me by the Sovereign Heart Sword to remove the restrictions on the box. As Duan Lingtian explained, he looked at the box that had been opened. There was a copper ball lying quietly in the box. The surroundings of the copper ball were engraved with some complicated patterns. It looked like a picture, but it also looked like some kind of text. All in all, Duan Lingtian was completely unable to discern whether the complicated vein patterns on it were patterns or words. Is this the key to the Sword Saint secret zone? Duan Lingtian picked up the copper ball and looked at it carefully. He did not see anything special about the inscriptions. The gazes of the others also landed on the copper ball. Try to infuse your saint origin into it. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his hand and infused his saint origin into the copper ball. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered that the copper ball in the copper ball was not small at all. The copper ball was like an insatiable child as it greedily absorbed Duan Lingtian's saint origin. It only stopped when more than half of the saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body had been absorbed. It was also at this moment that Duan Lingtian noticed a strong repulsive force suddenly emitted from the copper ball, and it shook his hand away. Following that, the copper ball left Duan Lingtian's hand and floated in the air on its own. The inscriptions around the copper ball that looked like drawings and words lit up at this moment, dazzling and eye-catching. Apart from that, the light from the inscriptions around the copper ball became brighter as time passed. This is just as the gazes of the others, including the old man of heavenly secrets, were attracted by the copper ball. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. In the next moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, felt as though they had been blinded by daylight. It was extremely dazzling, as though something had exploded. At the same time, a vast and gentle power slapped on their bodies, pushing them away. Although the group of people was pushed away, they were not injured. This was because the force was very gentle and did not possess any offensive power. It merely pushed them away. When they stopped and took a closer look, they discovered something else. At the place where the copper ball had been, there was now another black hole. The black hole that appeared out of thin air had a whirlpool revolving around it. It seemed to be maintaining the operation of the black hole that looked like a crack in the void. This was because the black hole did not show any signs of closing since it had appeared. Is this the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone? Duan Lingtian and the others had the same thought when they saw the pitch black hole that led to an unknown destination. Duan Lingtian and the others' attention was attracted by the black hole in front of them that was the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone. At this moment, the black holes in the other mundane realms that were shrouded by a mysterious force had also returned to normal. This was because the mysterious force had disappeared without a trace. That's the Beyond Heaven's secret zone has opened. Heavens, after 30,000 years, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone has finally opened again. The people in the mundane realms who discovered the black hole had returned to normal could not help but exclaim in surprise. These mundane realms included the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian was from in his previous life. The mundane realm Earth was located in was a vast universe. It was also a large mundane realm. There were countless planets and galaxies in it. Earth, on the other hand, was as insignificant as a speck of dust in this large, mundane realm. However, many years ago, when Earth was still planet Yanhuang, although it was very small, it was one of the few cultivation planets in this large, mundane realm. The so-called origin planet of cultivation referred to the earliest planets that relied on absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. Back then, planet Yanhuang, as one of the planets where cultivation originated, had given birth to many cultivators. Among them were the various figures in the ancient myths and legends that Duan Lingtian had heard of in his past life, such as Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Neza, and so on later on. Due to the increasing number of cultivators on planet Yanhuang, the heaven and earth spirit energy on planet Yanhuang rapidly dried up. At this time, the cultivators on planet Yanhuang began to migrate on a large scale. In the end, the number of cultivators on planet Yanhuang, which was also known as Earth, had dwindling heaven and earth spirit energy. Not only that, but the number of cultivators on planet Yanhuang also became weaker and weaker. Due to this reason, during Duan Lingtian's era, even a formal martial grandmaster like him could do whatever he wanted in the world. The cultivators who migrated from planet Yanhuang, as well as the cultivators from several other planets of origin, also established their own orthodoxies in some planets and galaxies with rich world energy, and left their own inheritances behind. The Celestial Masters sect, was an ancient sect that had migrated from planet Yanhuang. The founder of the Celestial Masters sect was none other than Celestial Master Zhang from ancient myths and legends. Currently, the Celestial Masters sect controlled an entire galaxy. Its headquarters was located on a planet that was several times larger than Earth. The Beyond Heaven's secret zone has opened. When the news spread to the Celestial Masters sect, the entire sect was shocked. It has been nearly 20,000 years since the key to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone appeared in our mundane realm and was used. After 20,000 years, the last key to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone has finally appeared and been used. Only when all the keys to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone appear and are used will the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone be opened. This time, I hope the powerhouses of the Celestial Masters sect will be able to obtain great fortuitous encounters in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone so that the overall strength of the Celestial Masters sect will be greatly improved. Unfortunately, the Celestial Masters sect isn't the only sect that knows about the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. In other words, the powerhouses from the Celestial Masters sect won't only have to face powerhouses from other mundane realms, but they'll also have to face powerhouses from the same mundane realm. After learning that the Beyond Heaven's secret zone had opened, the entire Celestial Masters sect was in an uproar. Currently, in the mundane realm where Earth was located, the Celestial Masters sect was not the only one who had learned about the opening of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Even the sectless cultivators from other forces had rushed to the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Chapter 2395. There were a total of 5 keys in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. They were located in 5 different mundane realms. As long as a key was found and used, the entrance to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone would appear. Naturally, before all the keys were found and used, the entrances and exits would be concealed by a mysterious energy. Due to this reason, it was impossible to enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone through them. Only when all of the keys were used and the last entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone appeared would the mysterious energy above the other entrances and exits disappear. At that time, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone would officially open. This time, the key to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone that Duan Lingtian had used was the last key to appear and was used. For this reason, after Duan Lingtian used the key, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone would open. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. In the northern region, in an iceberg valley shrouded in white mist, the Sword Saint's secret zone is finally open. Our 7 Absolute sect will regain its former glory. The Oracle Man looked at the huge black hole in front of him with a pious and excited expression on his face. As the former successor of the prophet progeny in the 7 Absolute sect, he was the most senior person in the 7 Absolute sect. He was excited when he saw the hope of the 7 Absolute sect rising again. At the same time, he also hoped that the 7 Absolute sect would regain its former glory when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was still alive. Now that the Sword Saint's secret zone had opened and the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, was about to enter, he could already see the 7 Absolute sect rising to prominence. However, he was unaware that the entrance to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was not big. The black hole in front of him was not the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone. Instead, it was the entrance to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Moreover, everything in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was not left behind by Feng Qingyang, the founding ancestor of the 7 Absolute sect. Moreover, the people from the 7 Absolute sect were not the only ones who would enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. There were also powerhouses from the other 4 mundane realms. Apart from that, the number of powerhouses from the other 4 mundane realms was terrifying as well. There was once a mundane realm where the entrance to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone changed. When the Beyond Heaven's secret zone officially opened, thousands of people swarmed into it. There was no lack of powerful bodiless celestials among these people. Sandow, we should arrive at the Sword Saint secret zone after we pass through this black hole. Senior Uncle Prophet said that according to the legend passed down in the Seven Absolute sect, those above the age of 100 are not allowed to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Why don't you try and see if the sayings passed down by our Seven Absolute sect are false? Duan Lingtian looked at Chun Yi-Ru and said, "Yes, master." Chun Yi-Ru nodded and flew out, arriving in front of the black hole. Standing in front of the black hole, he could clearly feel an oppressive aura. This aura came from the power that stabilized the black hole around it. He had a feeling that if his body rashly came into contact with these powers, he would directly turn into ashes and completely disappear from this world. It doesn't seem to reject me. When Chun Yi-Ru moved closer to the black hole, he did not feel any rejection. His courage grew as he leaned forward and touched the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, his hand had already touched the black hole. "Master, I should be able to enter the black hole. I can feel a suction force wrapping around my hand. It's getting stronger and stronger as though it's trying to suck me in." Chun Yi-Ru said to Duan Lingtian after his body was sucked into the black hole and only half of his body was left. "You can enter first." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was happy for Chun Yi-Ru. After all, as a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, he should be able to obtain many benefits from entering the secret zone left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. "Master, I'll wait for you inside." Chun Yi-Ru only managed to say these words before he was completely sucked into the black hole. The people present on the scene only regained their senses after Chun Yi-Ru was sucked into the black hole. Isn't it said that only those below the age of 100 can enter the Sword Saint secret zone? Duan Lingtian's servant seems to be a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? He's an old freak who has lived for more than 5,000 years. If even he can enter the Sword Saint secret zone, who can't? Nangong Yi said in shock. What's going on? The Oracle Man was confused as well. According to the warnings passed down in the Seven Absolute sect, those above the age of 100 were indeed not allowed to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Moreover, this warning was not added by the disciples of the Seven Absolute sect. It was said that Patriarch Feng Qingyang had personally said it. Perhaps there's no age restriction for bodiless celestials? At this moment, Duan Lingtian speculated the most direct way to find out a person's age is to check the body before checking the soul. Perhaps it's because bodiless celestials don't have a human body that they can bypass this restriction. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. The Sword Saint secret zone was actually the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It did not restrict bodiless celestials from entering. It only restricted those above the age of 100 who were not bodiless celestials. If one was not a bodiless celestial and above the age of 100, one would not be able to enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. In other words, currently, those who entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone from the various mundane realms were either powerful bodiless celestials or monstrous geniuses. After all, those below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone would most likely die. Duan Lingtian, the 2 of us will go in first. You should hurry as well. Nangong Yi bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he and Nangong Qin entered the black hole together. It was as though they had never been there. Junior Uncle Prophet, how long does the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone last? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the Oracle Man. I heard it's 10 years. The Oracle Man replied. This was a saying passed down from generation to generation in the Seven Absolute sect. It originated from ancestor Feng Qingyang of the Seven Absolute sect. 10 years, upon hearing the Oracle Man's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Gan Ruyan. Gan Ruyan's eyes lit up when she heard the Oracle Man's words. Duan Lingtian turned to Gan Ruyen and said, "With your current innate talent, you'll be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in a year or 2 at most. At that time, you can decide if you want to enter or not. Although those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above won't die in there, there's still a high chance of death." Duan Lingtian reminded Gan Ruyen solemnly when he reached the end of his sentence. "Aren't the Nangong brothers at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as well? If they can enter, why can't I enter after I've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? I'll definitely enter once I break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage." Gan Ruyen said confidently, "Miss Ruyen." The oracle man looked at Gan Ruyen and said, "Sect leader is telling you this out of concern for your safety. As for the Nangong brothers, they're the successors of the 6 Absolutes Gemini progeny. They have the responsibility of reviving the 7 Absolute sect. Even if the path ahead is filled with danger, they'll still enter it. This is their responsibility and also their mission," the oracle man said solemnly when he reached the end of his sentence. After a while, the solemn expression on the oracle man's face faded. "You're different. You have nothing to do with the 7 Absolute sect. The Sword Saint secret zone is filled with danger. I suggest you don't enter it, even if your cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage." "Who said I have nothing to do with the 7 Absolute sect?" Gan Ruyen glanced at Kerr and said, "The sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect is my brother-in-law. As the sister of the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, I'm responsible for reviving the 7 Absolute sect as well. I'll definitely enter the Sword Saint secret zone once my cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage." Ever since Gan Ruyen met the female disciples of the 7 Absolute sect, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and Mui Yi, the sense of superiority she had when she was in the Zoroastrianism had vanished. She had always had a strong personality. Now that there was a chance to change her fate, how could she miss it? The Sword Saint secret zone. It was the secret zone left behind by the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was an eminent celestial who had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and fought against a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Throughout the history of the Tao Martial Saint Land, it seemed like Feng Qingyang was the only one who was capable of doing this. How could she miss out on a chance to enter the secret zone left behind by such a person? "You can enter if you want, but you must be careful." Duan Lingtian and Gan Ruyen had known each other for a long time. Although they did not interact much, he knew Gan Ruyen's character. Therefore, he knew it would be difficult to change Gan Ruyen's mind. For this reason, he did not try to persuade her. However, he still reminded Gan Ruyen, "When the time comes, I'll enter with Ruyen." At this moment, Gan Ruyen's master, Qinghua, spoke up. If he was alone, he would not be able to make up his mind to enter the Sword Saint secret zone, even if his cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At his age, he knew how precious life was. However, since his disciple, whom he treated like his own daughter, was going to enter the secret zone, he had to accompany her with his life. If his disciple had an accident inside and he didn't follow in, then even if he lived well, he would have to live in pain and regret for the rest of his life. At that time, he would think, Chapter 2396. Master, didn't you hear what he said earlier? If you're not a bodiless celestial, you shouldn't be able to enter the Sword Saint secret zone if you're older than 100 years old. Gan Ruyen was touched when she heard her master's words. She could not help but remind her master. She believed Duan Lingtian's words. Guardian Lingtian, it's just a guess. Since Senior Sword Saint didn't restrict bodiless celestials whose souls are more than 100 years old, why would he restrict non-bodiless celestials whose bodies are more than 100 years old? Based on Qinghua's words, it was obvious he did not care about Duan Lingtian's guess at all. Since Qinghua was used to calling Duan Lingtian Guardian Lingtian, he continued to address Duan Lingtian as such. Duan Lingtian could not help but correct Qinghua when he heard Qinghua's words. Guardian Qinghua, why don't you think about it? Although Senior Feng Qingyang's strength was heaven-defying and could kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, his cultivation base was only that of an eminent celestial. In other words, his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial. How could he set up a formation to prevent bodiless celestials from entering if his soul is only at the level of an eminent celestial? After all, a bodiless celestial soul is made of a bodiless celestial soul. Duan Lingtian added. Qing, who fell silent upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. After a while, Qinghua's eyes flashed as he said, "Since you say so, I'll give it a try. If the entrance of the Sword Saint secret zone rejects non-bodiless celestials who are more than 100 years old, I'm sure I'll be able to feel the resistance before I even touch it." As soon as he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian and the others to reply before he flew toward the black hole in the sky. Qinghua instinctively wanted to stop as he approached the black hole. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the mysterious force around the black hole that had stabilized the black hole suddenly began to boil. Then ripples spread out, slamming into Qinghua and sending him flying. Wah! As for Qinghua, who had been sent flying, he spat out a large mouthful of blood along the way, looking battered and exhausted. When Qinghua finally managed to stabilize himself, he smiled bitterly as he looked at the black hole floating in the air. "Master, are you all right?" Upon seeing this, Ganru Yen could not be bothered with anything else. She immediately went to Qing, who sighed and asked worriedly, "I'm fine." Qing, who shook his head and smiled bitterly. If I had believed Guardian Ling Tian from the start, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Now Blue Fire was completely sure. Duan Lingtian was right. In fact, Duan Lingtian's guess and subsequent additions were just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. This was not the reason the Beyond Heaven's secret zone's entrance and exit were restricted. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only found out the reason after he had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone for a while. At that time, he would feel embarrassed for the explanation he had given Qinghua. After all, it was all nonsense in front of the truth. As expected. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain he had guessed correctly. "Brother Lingtian, you're really amazing. How did you figure it out?" Han Shu and I looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. Her eyes were filled with admiration. "Sect leader is really amazing." The Oracle man chimed in. As for Kerr, Duan Siling, and Feng Tianwu, although they did not say anything, their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Siling, in particular, had a hint of admiration in the depths of her eyes. Although Duan Lingtian had experienced many similar gazes in the past, he could not help but feel a little smug when faced with the admiring gazes from the surroundings. At this moment, even Mu'i, the Oracle man's direct disciple and the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in her eyes, even though she did not look at him with admiration. In the past, she had thought that the current sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, who had always been stronger than her, was merely lucky to be stronger than her. She did not expect this to happen. She did not expect the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect would be able to figure out the reason why the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone was restricted to those who were over 100 years old, but not those who were over 100 years old based on ancestor Feng Qingyang's cultivation base. As the saying went, the higher one climbs, the harder one falls. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still in high spirits. However, he did not know he was about to fall to his death. "Junior Uncle Prophet, it's time for me to enter as well." After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at the Oracle man as he said this. If there was someone who was most eager to enter the Sword Saint secret zone, it would undoubtedly be Duan Lingtian. Currently, there were 3 people who had entered the Sword Saint secret zone before Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was even more eager to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. However, before he entered, he still had to greet the Oracle Man. Go on. The Oracle Man nodded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he said with a hopeful expression on his face, I hope you'll be able to obtain the legacy left behind by ancestor Feng Qingyang. If that's the case, with your current strength as a foundation, you'll be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Let alone catch up to ancestral master Feng Qingyang, you might even surpass him. There was a reason why the Elder of Heavenly Secrets said this. After all, even the patriarch of the 7 Absolute sect, Feng Qingyang, was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was an eminent celestial with the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword Amalgamation. However, the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect was also an eminent celestial. However, his strength was comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial just by relying on the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart. In terms of potential, he was even more outstanding than ancestor Feng Qingyang. For this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial if he managed to obtain the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang in the Sword Saint secret zone. Unfortunately, the Oracle Man was unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone did not exist at all. The black hole in front of him was the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He was also unaware that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was filled with dangers. Apart from the dangers of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, one would also have to deal with the powerhouses from the other 4 mundane realms. Previously, it was considered a miracle that Feng Qingyang managed to survive the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, Feng Qingyang was not the only person from the mundane realm who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There were also some bodiless celestials from the dragons and phoenixes who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. However, none of the bodiless celestials had managed to come out. Duan Lingtian looked at his wife, and said, I'll leave Ling in your care after I enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Go ahead, Brother Tian. Nodded. Be careful. All right. Duan Lingtian did not notice the change in Ling's expression. In the depths of Er's eyes, there was an unfathomable glint that flashed for an instant. It was as if a thought had popped up in his heart in an instant, and this thought could make him very excited. Ling, I'll be leaving for a while. After I leave, you have to listen to your mother. Do you understand? Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Duan Ling affectionately. Daddy, Ling has grown up. You don't have to talk to me like a child. I don't like it. Duan Ling frowned playfully and said with a disdainful expression on her face. Haha, the Oracle Man and Qing Hu laughed. Even the other women, including Mui, the successor of the prophet progeny, could not help but laugh as well. In my eyes, you'll still be a child even after a few decades, Duan Lingtian said in annoyance after he regained his senses and chuckled. Xuanai Tianwu, junior sister Yi. At the same time, Duan Lingtian called out to Han Xuanai, Feng Tianwu, and Mu Yi. It's time for us to enter. We don't know what will happen after we enter. I'm even wondering if we'll end up in the same place after we enter. However, regardless of whether we'll end up in the same place or not, we have to be careful. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he entered the black hole in a flash. The Oracle Man, Qing Xian, and Gan Ruyan thought the 3 people who entered the black hole behind Duan Lingtian were Han Xuanai, Feng Tianwu, and Mu Yi. Sister, take good care of Ling. A soft and pleasant voice rang in the air before Feng Tianwu and the other 2 women could make their move. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the woman, who looked identical to Gan Ruyan standing next to Duan Ling Wush. The woman seemed to have turned into a gust of wind and disappeared before their eyes. It was as if she had never appeared. In the next moment, they subconsciously shifted their gazes to the black hole, only to find that there were circles of ripples spreading out from the black hole. This was enough to prove that someone had entered the black hole. Kerr! Ganru Yen was completely stunned. She was stunned not because Kerr had entered the Sword Saint's secret zone after Duan Lingtian, but because of Kerr's speed. From the beginning until the end, she could not even catch a glimpse of Kerr. Chapter 2397. Sister Kerr's speed is so fast, I can't even catch a glimpse of her. After Han Xuanai regained her senses, she said with a shocked expression, "What? Even you can't catch a glimpse of her?" The oracle man who had just regained his senses was shocked when he heard Han Xuanai's words. Initially, he was worried Kerr, the sect leader's woman, would be in danger if she entered the Sword Saint's secret zone recklessly. After all, in his opinion, Kerr's cultivation base was, at most, slightly stronger than his. It was impossible for her to be at the 7th form of the Saint celestial stage. But now it seemed like he was completely wrong. Han Xuanai, the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, had already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint celestial stage. However, she could not even catch a glimpse of the sect leader's wife. What did this mean? After all, no matter how powerful a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage was, they would still be able to catch a glimpse of their movements. Unless she's already an eminent celestial. The oracle man's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Only an eminent celestial would be able to completely disappear from the sight of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint celestial stage, like Han Xuanai if they moved at full speed. I can't catch a glimpse of Sister Kerr as well. Feng Tianwu chimed in, while the oracle man was still in shock over the possibility of Kerr's cultivation base being an eminent celestial. The oracle man was dumbfounded. In the 7 absolute sect, apart from Duan Lingtian, who was the strongest person after Duan Lingtian was his direct disciple, Mui Yi and Feng Tianwu, the successor of the 5th absolute, the blazing phoenix progeny. Both of their cultivation bases were at the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage. However, Feng Tianwu said she could not catch a glimpse of Kerr, the wife of sect leader Duan Lingtian. She's crazy. She's crazy. For a moment, the elder of heavenly secrets felt his head go numb. She's too fast. I can't catch a glimpse of her. Her speed is comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, or even faster. The old prophet's scalp turned numb when he heard the voice of his direct disciple, Mui Yi, the current successor of the prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, enter his ears. This caused him, whose scalp was already numb, to be completely dumbfounded. He was unable to regain his senses for a long time. Mui Yi's wife's cultivation-based speed, Mu's of the celestials'. However, even his personal disciples said that he was unable to catch sight of their sect master's wife. Sect leader's wife. Who exactly is she? After regaining his senses, the oracle man couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. It seems like sect leader Tang Xian was telling the truth. The saintess is probably the reincarnation of a goddess. If she's not the reincarnation of a goddess, how could she possess a speed comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial in such a short time? Hearing the oracle man's bitter words, Blue Fire couldn't help but sigh. Kerr, after learning about her sister's current strength. Ganru Yen was shocked, but at the same time a smile appeared on her face. She was happy for her sister from the bottom of her heart. In the past, in front of Duan Lingtian, she knew very well how inferior her younger sister was. Her younger sister had always hated herself for being too weak. She couldn't keep up with her man's pace and would only drag him down. Although she did not know what was going on, she had a feeling that her sister's strength was not weak at all. Her sister's strength was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Wow. Mother is amazing. Duan Siling, who had just regained her senses, heard Mu Yi's words. Her eyes lit up with excitement. From today onward, Father is no longer the only idol of Siling. Mother is Siling's idol as well. At this moment, Duan Siling had also begun to regard her mother as her idol. The reincarnation of a goddess. Sister Kerr is really amazing. Feng Tianwu had also heard about Kerr being the reincarnation of a goddess. When she learned about Kerr's current strength, she was also happy for Kerr. Mu Yi was the only one who had a complicated expression on her face. Initially, she thought only the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, Duan Lingtian, was stronger than her. She did not expect even Duan Lingtian's wife would be stronger than her. Master, I'll go in first. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yi bid farewell to Elder Tianji before disappearing into the black hole as well. It was as if she had never appeared in the first place. Senior Uncle Prophet, I'll go in as well. Feng Tianwu followed suit. Senior Uncle Prophet, if I don't come out, please light an incense stick for my master on her death anniversary. Han Xuanai said to the Oracle Man as she was about to enter the black hole. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? The Oracle Man frowned when he heard her words. You must be careful when you enter the black hole. As for your master, you'll have to light an incense stick yourself. I'm just saying, what if? Han Xuanai smiled wryly. Her cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was only slightly stronger than Nangong and Duan Lingtian. She was not certain if she would be able to come out alive. There's no what if. The Oracle Man said solemnly. Han Xuanai sighed before she flew into the black hole as well. In just a blink of an eye, only the Oracle Man, Qinghua, Gan Ruyan, and Duan Siling were left outside. Let's go back. This place is so secluded that I don't think anyone will be able to find this place. The Oracle Man said to Gan Ruyan and the others after Duan Lingtian and the others had entered the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 of them left the ice mountain valley and returned to the nameless snowy peak where the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate was located. Meanwhile, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, was still searching desperately for Duan Lingtian. He wanted to find Duan Lingtian and avenge his son. Alas, his efforts were in vain. 3 months passed by in just a blink of an eye. Among the dragons, Di Chen's 6th bodiless celestial tribulation had finally arrived. Unfortunately, due to the fact that Duan Lingtian was still alive and kicking, there was no way Di Chen could get rid of the obsession in his heart due to Duan Lingtian's humiliation. For this reason, he was powerless when faced with the bodiless celestial tribulation. The most important tribulation of the bodiless celestial tribulation was the inner demon tribulation. The inner demon tribulation targeted a person's heart. If there was any trauma in the person's heart, or if there was something in the person's past that the person was unwilling to recall, it would be magnified by the inner demon tribulation and affect the person undergoing the tribulation. Generally speaking, it was almost impossible for those who were affected by the inner demon tribulation to pass the tribulation. For this reason, when Emperor Chen encountered the 6th bodiless celestial tribulation, his obsession was magnified by the inner demon tribulation. Due to this reason, he did not succeed in overcoming the tribulation and was killed by the tribulation lightning. He was turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. After Di Chen was killed by the tribulation lightning, Di Huan, who had witnessed Di Chen's death, could not help but cry out in grief. Di Huan's cry rang in the dragon's ears, causing the dragons to be at a loss for words. This is the Supreme Elder's voice? It seems to be, isn't today the day the Supreme Elder's son, Di Chen, is undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Why is he in such a state? It seems like Di Chen's heavenly tribulation doesn't bode well for him. Duan Lingtian is still alive and well. Di Qin, who was once humiliated by Duan Lingtian, has no way of resisting the inner demon tribulation of a bodiless celestial. I'm not surprised that he failed the inner demon tribulation. Shu, keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? If the Supreme Elder hears your words, you'll be crippled even if you don't die. Soon after, all the dragons learn the reason for Di Huan's cry of grief. The dragons had lost a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. In my opinion, Di Qin should have fought to the death with Duan Lingtian instead of kowtowing to Duan Lingtian and begging for mercy. If he had chosen to die in Duan Lingtian's hands, he would have gained a good reputation among the dragons. However, not only did he die in order to live for another 6 months, but his name is infamous among the dragons. Perhaps he didn't expect things to turn out this way. His father is the Supreme Elder. Perhaps he was confident his father would be able to avenge him. That's why he didn't take his obsession to heart. So what if he's the Supreme Elder? In the end, he still couldn't find Duan Lingtian and avenge him. Similar discussions spread among the dragons. Duan Lingtian, if I don't kill you, I Di Huan am not a human. After a few hours, Di Huan's cry of grief reverberated in the air again. It was so loud that the entire dragon's estate shook violently as though an earthquake had occurred. At the same time, Di Huan's voice rang in the air. At the same time, the void in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land tore open as tall figures appeared one after another. These tall figures either had the head of a cow, the head of a pig, or the head of a horse. All in all, these creatures all looked very strange, and there was nothing more strange than that. This is the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.